got a big ego. I'm such a big ego. I got a big ego. She love my big ego. So stroke my big ego. I like to joke around a little bit, but here we go. Welcome to the wonderful world. Go play the Earl Cub. Everything I throw up, blow up. Talking to the girl, she said, no, grow up, you nasty. I don't understand why they tripping if you ask me. Flow just the nicest. I admit the propane I just spit probably just raise the gas prices. Everybody in the club trying to get as fresh as me. What you on, dog? Trying to stay recession free and spit refreshingly when I rock the stadium. You probably get sweaty, you should bring an extra tea. Now I'm standing next to Jay, who's standing next to B. Could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. That's good for my ego. Me and my ego, and it go wherever we go. My ego is my imaginary friend. He was with me when I was only imagining. I had dreams of the league. One day I played Kobe or walk up the bus and he'd really know me. Could've let the dream killers kill my self-esteem. Or you arrogance, esteem that power my dreams and my ego.
Let's get lost. You don't need to call into work cause you the boss. For real, show me how you feel. I consider myself like that's a big deal. Well, you got the key to my heart, but you ain't gon' need it. I'd rather you open up my body and show me secrets. You didn't know what's inside, no peace for me to lie. It's too big, it's too wide, it's too strong. You won't feel it, it's too much, it's too tough. You talk like this, cause he can back it up. You got a big ego, such a huge ego. I love his big ego, it's too much. You walk like this, cause he can back it up. Usually I'm humble, right now I don't choose. You can leave with me, or you can have a blues. I call it arrogant, I call it confident. You decide when you find out what I'm working with. I know I'm killing you with the legs, but yet them eyes. Matter of fact, it's my smile, or maybe my eyes. Boy, you a sight to see, kinda something like me. It's too big, it's too wide, it's too strong. It won't fit, it's too much, it's too tough. Talk like this, cause I can back it up. I got a big ego, such a huge ego. But he loves my big ego, it's too much. I walk like this, cause I can back it up. I walk like this, cause I can back it up. I talk like this, cause I can back it up. I can back it up. I can back it up. I walk like this, cause I can back it up. It's too big, it's too wide, it's too strong. It won't fit, it's too much, it's too tough. So he talk like this, cause he can back it up. He got a big ego, such a huge ego, such a huge ego. I love his big ego, it's too much. He walk like this, cause he can back it up. Ego so big, you must admit. I got every reason to feel like I'm that bitch. Ego so strong, you ain't know. I don't need no beat. I can sing it with piano.
What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Oh man, what's good with it? What's good with it? What up, YouTube? What up, Twitter X? How y'all doing? How y'all been? Happy New Year. Probably should say Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Well, here for Thanksgiving. Hey. All right, folks. Listen, listen, listen. Baby, when I tell you, Mo, you can hit the link anytime you want to. When I tell you, I saw that. Well, I'm sorry, Mo sent it to me yesterday, and I saw that, and I was like, "Huh? No, this, no." So let me verify. And I verified, and it was true. Wendy Williams and made a scene. Yeah, I'm here. I got a customer. Hold on.
Yeah, her 33-year-old child.
Oh my God. Yes, you can get it. Jesus Christ. Mo, girl.
Whew. I'm telling you, 2025 is just
It's
a
already
mess.
kicking in, honey.
It's a mess right from the jump. We didn't get a break.
We didn't. We came right from 2024 and it kicked in.
And it was some, I hate to say it, but it's what they said, it's some more bull ready for us as soon as we
Hey,
got here.
Smarter.
It's good to hear from you, though. I know I've been, everybody, I don't know how everybody's doing. I haven't been following much. I stepped off the grid a little bit, which was good for the holidays. And
Yeah.
now we're back with now Wendy Williams, who not only did she speak on her situation, but she also made comments on the Puffy situation. I listened to that interview. Apparently, she's supposed to have one with Jason Lee as well. I have not heard that one.
Yeah.
That's what Don Lemon said. I listened to all of Don Lemon. I listened to all of the Breakfast Club and all of Don Lemon's. Because I wanted to see if there would be like a different approach or if there would be, something said on one that wasn't said on the other.
Right. Yeah. So, what you think?
Okay. And I know that they're going to
that's
be
a borrow. Hold on. Yeah. Wait a minute. See, this is niggas. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I don't like, niggas. I got two of them. Yes. Okay. Well, it's still a borrow. Yeah. But you can hold it. But I'm just saying, it's still a borrow. Don't act like it's yours.
You gonna want some sweaty headphones back?
Huh?
You gonna want some sweaty headphones back?
We can clean them.
Not doing.
I appreciate you. See you later. Bye. Yeah, child, girl.
Yeah. So my impressions are this. I think that, okay, let me start from what I think would be palatable and then the things that I think will be a little less palatable as I go along. I will say that I feel that the conservatorship has gone too far.
Right.
And has an amount of control that just isn't warranted for anybody. Like, I don't mean any harm. Anybody should be able to pick out, if especially assuming they have the money to pay for it. Anybody should be able to pick out the brand of water that they like. We all have, I wouldn't say we all, but some of us, if you're a water drinker, you know that all water is not created equal. You might have a certain type that you like my sister hates a Dasani. She can't stand a Dasani. I don't personally care for it that much, but I have other brands that I prefer more. Does that make sense? I can drink it. So, like, if the lady is saying, like, when she's saying it is to the point that she's asking for Poland Springs or whatever she would like, and they refuse to provide that to her, that seems unusual. And it seems like it overextends And that's the same thing they did with Britney Spears. Like literally, they were controlling literally when she could wake up and go to sleep and, weird stuff like that. I think those go too far for people who are just dealing with addiction, mental illness, whatever the case may be. At the same time, I realize that she may be uh in a facility that just cannot accommodate for that.
Right.
Hold on one second. I'm
Okay.
coming right back. You could go ahead and
That's
get
cool.
going. I'll get right back.
Yeah, my thing is, and what I want to find out is when it comes to this guardianship, right? Because here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. When I was and I'm still or is able to do so, when I have that type of, and it's not that type of control like guardianship and whatever actually not like what Wendy Williams is saying. Okay, I don't know if I read something wrong or what, but it's pretty much to manage their care, manage if they get like government assistance and things of that nature, whatever, right? That type of stuff. Okay, because normally when they say that you are unable to make financial decisions, then anything they get by way of financing and especially from the state or the government or what have you, the person that they assign to be in control of that stuff, they are in control. Now me, listen, I don't play around with that type of stuff. I make sure that I used to make sure that every dime or whatever goes to where it needs to go. And that's to the care of that person, right? And if they're getting assistance with food and things of that nature, they eat that food, right? So whatever they want, you know what I'm saying? Okay. Some of them do have a restrictive diet. Sometimes that do happen, but it's like, it's for diabetics or for people high blood pressure, stuff like that, right? Other than that, it's, you have a lot of addicts and things of that nature. So, that's when that comes in. I don't know how or what type of program New York has. What up, Miss Tanya? Hey, Miss Tanya. I don't know what kind of program they have governing Wendy Williams. So I pulled it up, right? And I was, definitely I was interested in the legal portion of it for as far as New York. I never had nobody in New York. Okay. And by the time they get to me, all that is done. And 9 out of 10 times, I'm just trying to find, someone in your area if I don't keep you, Other than that, what she's going, I mean, like, and it seems, and I'm trying to figure out, because I even pulled this up too. One, why can't a family member be in charge of her? And two, can she go back and have that reevaluated? So I don't know. You says, oh yeah, go ahead, Mom.
Oh, sorry about that. I heard, I could hear you, but I had to take a quick call. So here's where I was at. I was saying I think conservatorships at times can go way too far. And we got to think about what the original purpose of a guardianship or a conservatorship is, and it is to help and protect people who are truly fully let's use that term instead of fully incapacitated, unable to care for themselves. There are people in this world, whether people want to acknowledge it or not, that quite frankly they need that. They need someone who can care for them. They don't have family or they don't have certain resources and that sort of thing in order to be able to care for themselves properly. So the government does allow for that. I think this one goes too far in that, you know, she should be able to pick her, you know, her beverages, you know, or whatever she can afford it. There are plenty of assisted living places or what have you that, you know, you can have control over those sorts of things. And I think, quite frankly, everyone should have a level of control over what they do and how they do it and what have you, to the point that they are capable and that they're not going to hurt themselves or someone else, right? So if 100% believe that, and here's the counterpoint to that, to the same degree, I think we need to walk light of saying free Wendy, right? Because that suggests that you've already decided that you know enough information to make a determination of whether a guardianship or some sort of care or some sort of, you know, restricted access should or should not be granted.
Right.
And I don't think we know enough for that yet. And then but at the same time, I don't know what there is, and you could probably speak to this better than I could. I don't know what, if there are levels to guardianship or if they can put restriction on exactly like what areas of life the guardian can actually have, you know, influence or decision making powers. The same thing with like a power of attorney. You can sign a power of attorney over, but you can potentially limit it, or it could be like just far reaching. So that's one thing. The third thing that I have is, and I know I'm probably going to meet some resistance on this from some people, the people who are saying she's totally lucid, she's fine, she's the same old Wendy. Charlamagne going so far as today to say she could be on the radio right now.
Yeah,
I'm going to be very clear from my perspective, absolutely not. And we would be looking at another Britney Spears situation all over again. Do I think that Britney Spears' conservators should have been using her money in the way that they were? Should they have been requiring her to work against her will? Should they have been, you know, putting restrictions on and making her, forcefully giving her, you know, medication? Well, not necessarily medication, but like the IUD and all that stuff. I don't think some of those things are appropriate, but I think if anybody looks at Britney now or then and does not realize this is someone who does need help in their lives because they're not well, they are crazy. And I think, or at least they're grossly misled. And I think the same applies for Wendy. I understand. I do believe she is lucid enough to where I think there should be far less restriction in what she's under.
Yeah.
However, she is far from lucid. And she's far from cognitively where she once was.
Exactly.
And I just lost a friend a little over a year ago, and he developed alcoholism, and he was one of those friends of mine, and actually he is the person that made me start kind of following Wendy Williams. Before, Wendy was like, she was just causing too much drama. And you know me, I'm like, I don't need it, whatever.
Yeah.
And he used to watch Wendy constantly. And he's like, you got to watch Wendy. You got to watch Wendy. And so I did. I finally, you know, watched her and kind of definitely built this relationship with her as a viewer, but also more of a casual viewer, and then a bit more as time went on, but never as much as he was. He watched every day faithfully, no matter what, reruns and all that. And he developed alcoholism, and he developed it and was so aggressive with his addiction that he had seizures and multiple other things, and it did result in him having brain deterioration. And when I was listening to the interview today, I actually messaged one of his family members that I connected with during the process while he was ill. And she and I, we were the two who, like, he had some members of his family that were trying to say, he's fine, no big deal. And then we were over here saying, no, he's not fine. I know what normal Justin is, and this ain't it. And then you had him in between. So, when I messaged it to her and I said, this sounds just like my friend Justin. And it's hard to explain if you haven't dealt with it enough, or if you don't follow someone enough to know what their consistent patterns are. We know that Wendy Williams, yes, a lot of that is Wendy. Her personality is still there.
Yeah.
Yes, she still has some memories of things. You know, that's her.
Yeah.
I don't think, and also I think when people hear the term dementia, they only think of the form of dementia that we often see with our relatives or someone who is elderly, what
Yeah.
have you. But there is dementia that can be caused by uh alcoholism and addiction, and it can cause deterioration of the brain that can present very, very differently. Think about a natural deterioration and then a forced deterioration that is brought on by alcoholism.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I noticed with Wendy, in my opinion, she could not remain on topic,
Nope.
as far as being able to answer a question very directly. And we know Wendy was always very, she could sit up in that chair, whether she said
Mm-hmm.
it with her ears or no, her mouth, you know, whatever. It was,
Yeah.
you could tell when she would perch herself just a certain way or what have you. She was very quick. And we can see, even based upon the stories, that we know she was always a very intelligent person with the way she handled her divorce and all these other things, right? That she was very involved. However, you notice that she can only talk about the same topics repeatedly, and she oftentimes, it's almost like she's on rewind or ruminating on the same exact topic, and that's all that goes. Now, mind you, I get that she would do that because of the circumstances, but this is a different sort of kind of rumination and response. And I also get that some people are going to say, well, she got legal stuff in it, she can't talk. Yeah, but you can still answer directly and coherently. And I was actually glad when, you know, because saw the Charlemagne interview, and they definitely, I thought, took it very much like, ain't nothing wrong with this, is normal old Wendy,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then when I heard Don and he talked, and then he also admitted at the end, he said, is this the same Wendy Williams that I that we all followed? In my opinion, no. And then he
Yeah.
also said, is this the same person that used to call me privately and talk to me? No. And so what he's acknowledging is that there is a difference in how she
Yeah.
holds conversation. He also said he did have to cut her off sometimes, and he had to keep
But I think he
asking the
did that
same
on
question.
purpose. I think
He
he
was,
did that on purpose to show
that she's
that
not. Mhm.
exactly, because he probably heard wait a minute, Charlemagne,
Charlemagne. Mhm.
and like he's, oh, you know, it's the same Winnie, right? Yeah, 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 yeah.
Not.
And then to me, I was like, look, like to me, Don is doing this on purpose to
Well,
show
he said, because I felt like she was, I don't know if he used the term rambling, but he said, I felt like she wasn't, you know, we had a limited amount of time, and I felt like she wasn't, pretty much she wasn't following
yeah,
his questioning or responding to it appropriately. So he said he did do that because of that, intentionally.
yeah. I just listened to the when she got off the phone, I clicked off of him. Yeah,
Yeah, he
I didn't
continued
listen
to,
to it.
it was not much after that,
Yeah,
besides he said some of those things, like he just read comments from the fans to see, do you know, and some of them said that they thought she was perfectly fine, lucid, and needs to be totally free. And then other people were saying, yeah, she's not well, but this is overextended. And I'm one of those people who feels like she's not well, but this is way overextended, like, with all due respect. And again, I recognize that she's likely in a facility. And I'm going to go back even to my friend. Once my friend, like, was so in the throes of addiction, like he actually passed away from he drank himself literally to death. Um,
oh,
yeah. And so he was just similar to Wendy in that he was so charismatic. And so, like, you know, there were times where we would be on the phone, and I'm like, oh, that's my friend. That's the friend that that I always
yeah.
knew, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then at the same time, if you let it go a little bit longer or call him 30 minutes after that, it would be the same thing, like on repeat. And that is still a form of dementia.
Yeah.
And I do think that the language that's been used and who this conservator is, I do want to know more about them, and how they got into the picture. What are their intentions? I The last thing that I'll say that probably be maybe, I guess, a little controversial is, I know people say, well, why don't just let her family take care of her? Here's the difference, though. you know, and I know, if that nurse come in here or if the law is involved and they say this is what it is, I'm gonna have a different sort of interaction. My family can take care of me, but at some point, I'm gonna treat them a lot differently than I do some outside agency. Or, like there's certain things they're not gonna have the
Yeah.
same level. Like your family, I don't mean no harm. We all got that person in the family that if you're in the hospital and you say, look, my blood pressure is sky high, but go get me a cheeseburger, girl, that they'll
Yeah.
say, all right, I'm gonna sneak it in my purse.
Yep.
Right. There were people that were with my friend that, we were like, look, this is somebody, the doctor has said even one sip of alcohol could be the difference of life and death. Like there is just no in between. Liver was shutting down, all these organs. And there were people who were saying, well, he's so grumpy, just give him one little shot bottle, like a little shotter. Because, that's
Yeah.
sometimes stuff like that does come in with the family. Or, oh, she been drinking all the time, she fine, ain't no big deal. Or somebody who smokes and they're like, oh, this person has asthma attacks, and they like, well, if she want a cigarette, she around me, I'm gonna give her one. So I wonder if there's elements of that. I think that this will certainly though spark a Free Wendy campaign likened
Of course.
unto Britney Spears. And quite frankly, coincidentally, I don't know if you got to see it. If you remember that show, Jackass, where those white guys, they were like, at the time they were pretty young, just go and do pranks and silly stuff on
Yeah,
MTV.
yeah.
They
I've
were
seen the show.
yeah. So the guy Bam, who was on there, he's the one that had the two parents that he would like just prank them all the time, whatever the case may be, and he would act out. Well, he is also now under a conservatorship for, again, addiction, mental health, that sort of stuff. And they
Oh,
have a docu-series that is out now about the conservatorship. And also one of the YouTubers that I still watch now, they pulled her side in it because it's like, okay, well, he's under this conservatorship. They're saying he needs it. This other side is saying he doesn't. And then here's these people on the internet led by this YouTuber that have rallied together to pretty much try to get him out of this. Is that the best thing for him? It's really good if you watch it. Regardless of whether you know or care who he is or not, but it's very interesting. But like so many of these conservatorship stories keep popping up, and with this sort of stuff being at the forefront of the media, and now Wendy doing this, I think there definitely will be a movement. My concern is,
there's already one. I'm
yeah,
looking at it.
and but my thing is, will it be to her detriment, or will it be to actually help her? Is her family really the best people to have her or to care for her? Or are those the people who would, can they make sure that there is some sort of round the clock care that she cannot turn away? Someone has to keep eyes on her at all times, because that
Exactly.
addiction and her level of it is extremely, extremely strong. And so I also wonder, like I said, with my friend, when sometimes he would be in the hospital, literally at times one time he was found laid out in the dead smack middle of the street in the middle of a very, very busy major city, right? Hospital. Once he came to, he's like, get me out of here. And, you can beg him and try to get him into a rehab, that sort of stuff. And you couldn't do that kind of stuff against somebody's will. You just can't. If he wants to leave, the hospital lets him leave. And it takes pretty much an act of Congress to be able to say this person is no longer able to make decisions on their own.
Right.
And so I worry that if she were to get out, and then to get the people around her who were there before, who pretty much were a lot of yes people, providing her stuff, being able to just pick up your phone and Uber eat some alcohol to the front door,
Yeah.
all of those sorts of things, that's very dangerous for her. And I will say that there is
Exactly.
a cognitive decline that people need to acknowledge, and that didn't just come out of nowhere.
Exactly.
And I know
And
some
I
people
believe it was
say it was
brought on by
medicine.
her addiction. I believe it was brought on by her
Yes.
addiction.
Excessive alcohol consumption and addiction can absolutely cause deterioration of the brain. It can.
Yeah.
And to me, the pattern in which she spoke was not her traditional pattern. If you are a person who follows and tracks behavior like that, this is not her pattern. Some other people picked up on it as well. And the pattern is almost identical to the way it was trying to talk to my friend when he also had a cognitive decline as a regard to that.
Yep. I can almost guarantee that it was brought on by drinking. And what we saw in that documentary, remember that last documentary we saw that was,
Exactly.
oh my gosh. At that time, she was still drinking.
Absolutely.
Okay? And add that to her cognitive deficiencies now.
Yep.
You see, that's what we had. She's in this place now. She can't drink like that. Okay?
Exactly. That's why I believe they have it under lock and key. If you are not approved, they're not going to let you into a certain facility if it is that your health and safety is at risk. You can be placed in facilities or under circumstances where they do that for your protection.
Right.
Now, I don't think they should block everybody, but there are many people who are in that, and her believing like this place isn't for me. Like, this place is beneath me. These people are old, or these people have this and that.
Oh yeah.
It also speaks to that sense of I'm invincible that comes along with addiction.
Right.
That's the part that scares me. And that happens, you hear all the time for people who go to rehab. And, maybe they get clean for about 3 months, 3 weeks, whatever the case may be. And they're like, I'm ready to go home. These people are addicted. I'm not addicted. They got, they do crack. I don't do no crack. I just drink a little alcohol on the weekends, things like that. That's the part that worries me, is that piece of her is still there. And we don't know, like you said, from that documentary or what has happened in between, that it could have been, hey, we had her in Connecticut at this facility. She found a way to get to stuff over there. Yeah. So we had to move her to something that is more restrictive. But they don't.
Remember, she was drinking alcohol. She had
big bottles.
Was trying to get some weed or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was doing a lot.
Exactly. And you could tell that she was not in a condition.
Exactly.
Like, at that point, when I saw that documentary, then I was so worried. I said, I don't even know if she'll make it if she keeps up like this, because she's not in a situation where she can have any alcohol whatsoever. And the fact of the matter is, and I think when people hear that term, I think when the statement said, and you might have, I don't know if you have that statement that they released that says she was permanently incapacitated. And I know, like, I think the language that they
I
use,
remember that.
The language that they use there, I will say, is what's causing a lot of this, right? Because when we think permanently incapacitated, our minds automatically envision someone who is bedridden, cannot talk, cannot walk, cannot. But I think what they're trying to articulate is that there is permanent cognitive damage.
Right.
That she'll never be back at Wendy, with like getting her to stay on topic. And even Don Lemon, he talked about it after she was done. He talked about how she was a person who literally could sit there, unlike pretty much any other TV talk show or a radio host that you could think of, that could sit there, nothing but a couple of pictures, and just talk. And just give you, and you felt like in that little 30-second summary that she gave you, you knew what had happened.
Right.
She could. That's not the person that was on that phone today in either conversation. I do not think that person can do it at that capacity. She will always be different than what we knew her.
Right.
That is I do believe that's permanent.
And think about this. Remember when she was on the show, and even afterwards. Now, for you to be recommended to be inpatient, there's a chronic problem there.
Yes.
And maybe her care can't go the opposite way.
Some people cannot do outpatient.
Her care must have had to progress to this conservatorship situation she got going on, guardianship, or whatever New York calls it, right?
Yeah.
Because you understand what I'm saying? If she got to leave the show and go to an inpatient, and then there are tons of alcoholics that do outpatient.
Very much so.
Okay.
There are people that we work with every day that we
Mhm.
assume get in their car and go home, and they get in their car and go to a facility.
Oh yeah, right. So, and I was like, cause I felt so bad when I heard. I was like, man, if she, and when you listen to the patient and whatever, they're gonna make it worse times 10. And I was like, man, maybe I'm like, they couldn't find a suitable family member.
Yeah.
And then I forgot all about what you said, because that's exactly what I do. When I'm, somewhere, oh baby, I got them running for. I'm gonna need you to bring this here.
Exactly.
And
Yes.
only one person, I don't even call her and tell her to bring, because she's gonna be like, Angie, I'm not doing that. Oh baby, I had my the girl from Christmas who you remind me of a little bit, honey. She was telling me and little meatloaves at the look here. I need something to eat. This hospital food ain't gonna cut it.
Yeah. Some people are like that. And like, I'm the type
Right.
that I haven't had to be in the hospital, recently, thank be to God. But when I am in a hospital, I'm gonna eat whatever y'all give me and take whatever y'all bring. I'm gonna figure out a way to eat something, whether I like it or not, because I want to get up out of here. Right. And I'm scared that my blood pressure will go up or something because I done ate that one little daggone chicken sandwich you done brought me from down the road, and now I'm in here worse. But I don't know another family member that I have that's not gonna say sneak them something, whether it's a piece of candy, some chewing gum, some cigarettes, some drink, some like something. Some people, you have your stuff that you're accustomed to and you want it and you can't get it while you're in the hospital. You know what I'm saying? And I definitely, and someone with Wendy's amount of money, like I think the fact that she keeps bringing up, I only have $15. What can I do with that? Well, I can tell you what you what you absolutely could do is you could try to go to the local corner store and get this or that. You know what I'm saying? Or pay somebody. Look, I'm giving you $100. Go down the street and get me. You think somebody's not going to do that? Some little door hop or somebody. You always can find somebody who's willing to make that work for you. Take this $30 and go and get me an eighth. You know what I'm saying? You can't get it with 15. So it's a reason why I think that limit also is very restrictive. I think it is extreme, but I also could see people in, like, for instance, again, my friend, he spent literally every dime that he had. They had to go to pretty much all of anywhere that sold alcohol within like a certain radius of him and like give them his picture and say, do not sell this. I don't care what he comes in with. And some places would acknowledge it and some places would not. You know what I'm saying? So again, with Wendy's resources, you think she can't find a way, or even her being connected to people in those areas or what have you, you think she wouldn't be able to find a way to get to it?
Okay.
If she has that addiction the way that she does? Like she could.
Exactly. You seen on the documentary. They found bottles and she went to the weed place, child. I was like, oh, at the weed place.
Yeah. Which again, that is in New York, perfectly legal. She can go and do that if she wants to. There's no issue. But when you already have other addiction.
I'm thinking about addictive behavior, addictive personality, addictive behavior. I'm like, I don't know if you should be transitioning to weed because you already done went up from there once before. Okay, you already done been on cocaine, so that's what I was, like, you know what I'm saying. So, and she's done a lot of damage.
A lot.
Think about it. She was on cocaine. She was on weed, the alcohol. Like, come on, food. I mean, it's a lot going on. And maybe when they did her eval and assessed her and everything, maybe she is a person that need those type of restrictions in place.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for.
Well, and if we think about it, if you followed, I didn't follow it super closely because Lord knows I wanted her to be okay, but I just was never, Britney Spears was not my, I was listening to Brandy and Monica, not Britney Spears, right? No shade to Britney. I knew who she was. I knew what she did. but I was not no Britney fan like that. But I did follow, of course, this conservatorship stuff. Some, specifically the YouTuber that ended up being, they got. Which, P.S. Some of these YouTube people need to look around because they dragged this lady. She became the topic of the documentary, and she didn't even know it. She thought she was doing an interview just to talk about how she had helped the movement, and pretty much they made her look like a crackpot. And she's a former attorney. No, the YouTube lady in this documentary. So she's the same person. That's who I followed. Where I was hearing the Britney Spears information. You know what I'm saying? And yes, as people, they did the free thing, and at first they were just like free her no matter what. Once they were able to, at least the media got involved and started following the case and picking up on, okay, but this doctor said she definitely was diagnosed with this, and oh yeah, there was this time where she did this and they found her and she was in danger. These are things that had happened behind the scenes before the conservatorship went into place, where they were able to say, actually, no, there is some stuff. Like, this is some legitimate stuff. This is, she definitely has an issue that needs some help. And that's the part that gets me as well, because, and again, we know that court systems can be corrupt, but that court, I think that they would take that very seriously to take away someone's rights. They had to see something that legitimized at least this need in part or in whole, to the point that it's in place. Now, I think it could be re-examined, but I think they're seeing something that we did not.
Yeah. And like I said, for them to make you an impatient, and it seems as if her situation, she only progressed. She didn't, progress. She progressed. And that's why she is in this particular type of guardianship, right? Because there are several levels, right?
Yes.
And, and it could be written where it's very direct. Okay, you need a guardian for financial, health care, that's it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have to be one way or the other. They can, make it specific to the person's needs, right? And I mean, and it's just, I just think that she's one of those type of people with addictions that is going to find a way to get what she wants.
Yes. And she has the resources to do it, which makes it even scarier.
Yeah.
It makes it even scarier. Yeah.
Yeah, honey, I was like, well, could she get away with the family member? And I was like, I don't know about that. Maybe
it would have to depend. And I'm sure there's gonna be some that's gonna be mad at her, whoever that is too.
Yeah.
I think she should definitely be able to at least visit her family and connect with her family, and some of these restrictions and things. I also think even another thing that I'll say, and I can only use my friend as an example, I've dealt with it myself. I've also understood situations where they had to restrict that phone, because on that Don Lemon one, they said that she has a phone that she can call out, but nobody can call in. And both Charlamagne said it and Don said, Charlamagne said, well, you've been calling me 5 times a day, every day, like, whatever. Those are the sorts of things too that will sometimes happen, where they're not even remembering that they just spoke to you.
Right.
Or if they do, they're trying to, I hate to say it, trying to see if they can manipulate you to get the connection to what they want, which might be the alcohol, or seeing if they can convince you to convince somebody else to let them out. And next thing you know, they can't find them, and all of these different things. So there are circumstances where you kind of do need to lock stuff down. And God knows my heart on this. I hate to say it, and we tried everything we could to figure out, like, begging these doctors, please, you see his condition, like, can you forcefully put him somewhere where he cannot get out? Like, almost to say the same thing, just to try to save his life, and they would not do it. Now, I think Wendy is different. No, they said it needed to reach a different level. But I think the difference is
see that. Oh my gosh! See, you people in that field, that medical, y'all really, ooh, baby, y'all grinds my gears with that, because my thing is, do you have a plan to stop it before it gets too far? What about that plan?
Yeah.
Well, what about the in between? Do you got an in between plan?
Like, no, that's what we said. So what are we supposed to do? Send him back home? So we just send him back home? And you think like his mother can't be there with him 24/7? Who can do that? Like, we're saying, give us some sort of plan in between to ensure his safety. He can't.
Right.
And you couldn't. Because once he was sober, you know what I'm saying? Once he was under, we would have those periods of times where the family could take right on over and they could make all his decisions because he's unconscious, and the doctors would agree. And we're like, okay, we got to get, well, as soon as the times where he would come to be coherent again, at that point he detoxed and, what have you, because he's been in the hospital now for 2 weeks. So when he comes through, he's not under the influence. And he's like, oh no, I'm fine. My mother, she's trying to control me, this and this and that. Because he knows that you say those certain buzzwords to those doctors, they gotta let you go.
Yeah.
And before he would even walk out of the hospital, good, straight back to the same thing.
Straight back to the and that's what the problem I be having with people who go to prison for drugs or drug related crimes, being there. Well, if they doing the right thing, because you can get drugs in prison. I didn't even know it was so easy to get. And I'm like, what? I'd be like in a bubble sometimes. I'm like, huh? Are you serious? But so those, and they come out and they go right back to the same thing. I'm like, how is that possible? How did you stay clean for, or like when Whitney Houston was pregnant, she stayed, I assume she stayed off drugs the whole 9 or 10 months. There was nothing wrong with her baby. So it's like, sometimes people need the most extreme type of resources to help them.
Ooh, sorry, open up that soda.
Oh, okay. Sometimes some people need the most extreme resources to help them. Just letting someone letting them freelance their care, or some outpatient type of thing where it's volunteer. It sometimes it just doesn't work. And I hate those doctors. And I hate those programs that say, no, it has to be this bad for we can do anything. Or that is ridiculous to me. This has nothing to do with this, but I remember everybody that I knew that had a baby around my age or older, whatever, they said, don't go to the hospital right when your water break, because they ain't gonna do nothing but send you back. Okay, because they ain't gonna take you. Yeah, they ain't gonna take you till you get to a certain centimeter and blase squaze, right?
Yeah.
Baby, that pain hit me. I ain't remember none of that. Honey, I was throwing down chairs. I got to that hospital, when I tell you, I was acting like I was demon possessed, and that doctor said, "Man," then it was a nurse. The nurse, she said, "You ain't number 1 centimeter." She said, "But you're acting so bad, we just gonna let you stay." I'm like, huh? Oh, baby, when I tell you, I don't know. And listen, I'm the dummy that say I don't want no epidural. Listen to my family. I'm the dummy that had one natural. Okay?
Probably because it was too far gone by the time you realized, yes, I do.
Yeah. Was it when I got 5 centimeters? I was like, shoot me back. They talking about it, it's too late now. I'm like, huh? Oh Lord. When I tell you, I hurt so bad, I was crying, hard crying with no tears. It hurt. Water couldn't even come out my eye. That child was in my stomach acting a fool. That was an
Mm-hmm.
8-ounce baby on the natural. I want nobody messing with me. You know, her birthday ain't too long past. I want nobody messing with me with that big old head, child. So I mean, my thing is, you know, when it comes to medicine and all of that, you know, I understand y'all got ranges and guidelines and all of that, but child, by come on, well, we need a plan in between, because I know some you design a plan for them, you know, child.
And you know what created, and I think the difference, and this is also the part that kind of, it doesn't kind of frustrate, it frustrates me about our systems, right? Because my friend didn't have a lot of money, especially by the point where he needed that. He needed something to, the only way, he wasn't going to choose to be well on his own. He could not. He was not capable of that. He was going to need someone to do it for him, right? A forced kind of, and that's essentially what it seems like they may be doing to her now, is a forced sobriety. Like, I got to keep you under lock and key in order to do that. He didn't have enough money for that. But we think about the fact that let's not forget that Wendy Williams's conservatorship was initiated, or the red flag was sent by Wells Fargo because of her spending, and something she was doing with her money, or how she was allocating, and then also asking for money in certain ways, and then spending was unusual to the point that Wells Fargo is the one who said, we think that there's a concern here. And what I suspect,
true? Yeah,
and what I suspect happened, because it happened after she visited the bank, right? I'm going to tell you again, similar to my friend, I suspect she likely went to that bank and was 2 sheets to the wind and was asking for stuff or telling them to do stuff. You know what I'm saying? And it probably wasn't the first time. You know what I'm saying? But also, you're talking about larger, if your amounts of money are large enough and everything, they can flag it, because there's certain amounts of money as well. If you pull out a certain amount within a given day and certain stuff like that, it has to be, you have to fill, they'll pull out a whole separate form for you. You probably know they pull out a whole separate form. If you try to pull certain amounts out in cash and stuff like that, they make you, here's a form, you got to fill it out, and it's automatically flagged. So, those sorts of things, I suspect she probably was in there carrying on, or that they could see that she was not well, or had been there multiple times and was not well. They put a hold on it, and then it was able to kind of go off to the races from there, from a financial side. And so it frustrates me that because she had enough money, people cared enough. He didn't have the money. You know what I'm saying? Because of that, she was able to get, you know what I'm saying? And I'm sure too, that's a big part of it, is that Wells Fargo and everybody else, it's like, we don't want to lose that. Like, her managers, all these people, like, I'm sure there's a lot of people who still want to get hands or have some access to that income. It's a substantial amount of money, I would imagine.
Yeah, they said she don't have nothing but 500,000.
Who said she didn't have a 500?
That's what the people say.
That's just that bank account, though.
Let me see. Hold on.
Or are they saying that's her current net worth?
Net worth.
What?
I couldn't believe it. I was doing my little you know, I don't usually be looking up stuff, but I was doing my little.
The only way that can be. The only way that I could see that being is that if they transfer, like if they have all the rest of her money in a trust, and therefore she would be deemed to not, that it's not hers. I cannot imagine that her net worth, if that's the case, she must have been blowing it faster than she could get it.
Girl, let me I'm telling you, it says, I'm checking again, $500,000. It dropped from 20 million to $500,000.
My God.
Let me see what this.
So yeah, that's the reason why Wells Fargo went ahead and said, "Hold on now."
Yeah. Yeah, I pulled that up too. I'm gonna read what it says. Let me see something else. How much did I kind of talk about? You know, I have to pull up a bunch of sources. And there's a now let me ask you this: with the diagnosis of dementia and aphasia, is that is something that can be managed by medication, but can it improve or will it get worse?
No. And it's very, very, like, for instance, if it's at the very, very beginning stages, but it is truly a deterioration of the actual matter in the brain. So, as you know, that is not reversible.
Right.
Now, what can happen is that at the very, very early stages, like suppose if Wendy, when she first started, doing too much, and she had a bad run, it was just a very small amount, there would still be deterioration, but it perhaps would be something that would almost be unrecognizable or not noticeable to us. Like it might be that she forgets or whatever, certain things, or occasionally, or there could be some decline, but it would not be significant enough that we would notice it. She might notice, like, man, I used to be able to remember everybody's birthday, and now I can only remember 4 people's birthday, or something like that, where we probably would have, as we normally do, we would have just said, oh, it's just age, or whatever. We would have probably just not associated it with, she did have that really bad spell there for 2 or 3 years,
right,
that caused that, right? But when we're talking about the advanced stage, and I would even say hers would probably be deemed more of a moderate stage, at least based upon what I've seen. This would be moderate. It wouldn't be severe. I wouldn't think, just based upon what I've seen. I don't know her enough. They may have diagnosed it, those who are around her may be able to see more. But it seems like from her niece's perspective and from what I've seen, it would possibly be in the mild to moderate, but I would say closer to the moderate amount. That's irreversible, and she will always be like that pattern of her talking and stuff like that. It will always be that. You're never gonna see her sit down and give you a how you doing, drop her cough drop in her tea, have a sip, and give you the whole rundown of what just happened last week. That's not gonna happen, at least not in that same way. Now, she'll probably be able to talk about those guardians or whatever her specific obsession is at that time. She'll be able to talk about those things, but it will also be very limited to it's the same thing over and over. Think about it when you're dealing with someone who has just natural dementia, right? A lot of times it's the same things that they'll bring up over and over. I think I told you before, I follow the Salinger, Mr. Salinger on YouTube. Older man, he's 92, and his family documents caring for him, and he has dementia at home. Every single day, it's where am I? Where's my wallet? Where's my checkbook? Like he used to be a podiatrist, so he asks about people's feet sometimes, but it's the same thing every single day. It's like your memory resets every couple of minutes, sometimes every couple of hours. That's what's going to happen with Wendy. It's like this resetting that's happening in her brain over and over, because the other parts of her brain are just not there anymore. They literally are not physically there.
Right. So I reckon that her psychometric test is probably
we're to the level of brain scan. This is brain scan stuff. I'm confident that somebody submitted a brain scan to that
oh
journal.
yeah.
That showed the parts of her brain that are now fully deteriorated.
Yeah. Oh, of course. But I'm thinking about her emotions and stuff like that.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's I'm glad you brought that up.
If she doesn't get what she wants and all of that, you can kind of see already with certain things she's getting emotional.
And that's the part that I'm glad you brought up, because that's another part that comes along with it that is a little bit more, it's more distinctive when that dementia is created by alcohol. You notice how she'll just it's almost like, I'm crying, but then it just shuts off and then it comes back, and then it's that emotional irregularity, because it's that part of the brain that is very affected. Again, my friend was the exact same way. Exact same way, where you're talking to him, he'd be like, oh, especially
Hey,
like,
Jeff.
oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Where it's just like this, it almost makes you go, are you faking that cry? But they're not. It just doesn't, because again, that reset can happen literally in the middle of an emotional response, and they'll go all the way back up to laughing, come back down, go back up, crying down, whatever. Might not that emotional stuff, like she's all over the place with that.
Yeah, it's tough. And I was like, I mean, I just felt so, her family, and what we have to realize, and people like Free Wendy and all this type of stuff, because this could kind of get dangerous. What we have to realize is that our family and our friends are going to see it differently than this, and then the court, then the people who evaluated her, this Sabrina, this white lady that's over her. They're going to, those people are going to see it from the viewpoint of medical legal. That family is going to see it as, hey, that's my relative, that's my loved one. And on an emotional type, emotional level. The others, they're going to see it as a medical legal profile. That's what they're assessing her on. And based on that, I believe that, I mean, should she, get the water she wants or whatever, yeah. But also think about this, Mo, they also could be training her to listen. I mean, of course, they could probably give her that water, but it could be having her in some type of psychological something that's showing her, but you're going to adapt to this water that you're, being given here or whatever. You understand what I'm saying?
They also, in some of those facilities, have certain things they're going to bring you your drinks in that they have been able to manage and monitor. Because I'm not trying to be funny. I know more than enough friends, and if anybody been to college, you know good and well, vodka in a water bottle don't look any different than water in a water bottle for the most part. So, or to, certain things like that. So, like, it could also be that she's been known to sneak or use those particular things. And so they've now limited her access to it.
Exactly.
Or you got a whole bunch of
cups.
Yeah. It could be, we'll pour the Poland Springs in this cup, but you got to get it in this, the little hospital, thing or whatever. She's like, no, I want the cup. And they're like, well, here it is. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah. It's something. It's a reason why they have so many restrictions on her.
Exactly.
I mean, down to the penny, $15 and all of that. And it's a lot that they're not, disclosing. I understand that, right? I get it. But because, but
I'm not trying to be funny. If you only got $500,000 net worth, and trust and believe, that's way more net worth than most of America, right?
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is, if you only got 500,000, and Wendy, you're 60 years old, the expectancy means that you're going to at least probably live at least another 15 to 20 years or more. $500,000 is not a lot of money to make it. So they probably are giving you only $15 if there's any accuracy to that report.
Yeah.
Because you at that point would be definitely on a fixed income and retired.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
So $15 a day or whatever, that's all you have.
And your living and your food and all of that's taken care of.
Those
your
facilities
bills and all of that. Yeah, they sold. And she said they sold. Now, did they have to sell her house, or did she volunteer? You know what I'm saying? Because I would think she would want to leave it to her son. I wonder what happened in that situation, because she kept saying they sold my house.
Yeah. She said they sold it. I'm guessing she was referring to the guardian. But here's the thing: when those guardianships take over, I think some of them call them conservatorship, some states call it guardianship, right?
Yeah.
Well, when they take over, they get to take over, you know, at that level, they do a full. The same thing happened with Britney Spears. They sold some of her properties
You
and
cut
different
out.
sorts of stuff because, I did. Can you hear
Oh
me?
yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
I
You know,
can hear
I
you
know
now.
they did the same thing with Britney Spears and Bam Margera. Is, you know, pretty much that was a part of the process to adapt. They had to look at your finances and see what was going on. And then the Guardian, once they've been approved, there's also approved accountants through the courts and stuff like that that get to make those financial decisions to say, okay, make sure that she can have what she needs for care. So if it comes down to it and they say, look, she's blown all this money, she's in a ton of debt, which we find that out with a lot of celebrities. A lot of times they live above their means, or we don't know how much Kevin might have got a hold of, or all these other situations. We don't know, and we know she lost. Now you have no income coming in whatsoever.
Exactly.
So that's a different type. I don't mean no harm. Almost all of us, if you go from working every single day and you knew millions of dollars were coming in to now you're not working at all and all you're doing is paying bills out for a facility that you live in, your son, whatever, there could be some things that they say, well, if we offload this, that'll pad the pocket so we can do this for another 5-10 years. And if we get rid of this property and if we downgrade this, so it could be that when they try to do an assessment saying this is the level of care she needs, make it happen financially, that's what the accountants came up with, and that's what they processed through.
Right. Yeah. And so I mean,
and it also didn't she have to pay him a little something?
Yep.
So that could also been a part of it. You got to take care of this, you know, you got to take care of this. Okay, get rid of this so we can pay him. He'll be done. You know, they it could be for any reason. I just didn't understand why they sold the cats. Why they took her cat.
Yeah, I don't understand what. But you know what? Yeah, that I mean, I wonder. They probably couldn't have no pets at that
unless
facility.
They don't allow it in a facility type of facility.
But it looked like to me they could have been able to get a cats to a family member.
That's somebody said somebody would have took those cats in.
Yeah.
So every now and again, you know, they come up and visit her and bring the cats, you know, because that is good for people, you know, especially, you know, for some people that's their, you know, it's almost like a little companion that they have, you know, that she can't see her cat every now and again.
Yeah. That's crazy, right?
I said that, but at the same time, I ain't gonna hold you. One of my family members go through it and ask me to take a cat. I said, no, you got a dog? I might take him in, but I don't want them cats in here.
Not no dog, honey. Girl, they got a petition on change.org. Stop playing now. Stop playing with the people. The people be on
what? To do it to get Wendy, her cat back?
Wendy. No, to free Wendy.
To free her. Oh Lord.
Yeah. They are on it, honey. And they listen here, they got the Guardian, they got her picture splattered everywhere. See, you know, I love advocacy, right? Don't get me wrong. I do. I love it when it's purposeful and it makes sense and it's and all of that, right? I like that, you know, but you know how some of these people can get. And I don't like the dangers of going and digging this lady up and all of that. And then, you know, just I just don't want them to because you heard Charlamagne, right? Talking about sending people out.
He said he was going to give the address out. I'm glad they told him not to do it.
Yeah, to stand in front of the lady house. The
other side of the facility, them poor elderly people who've been in there can't even sit on the front porch.
Sure, it's terrible.
I think that's too much.
Yeah.
And I think that Charlamagne is a bit hypocritical in that because he's also been the same person when a lot of these accusations have come out about people talking about the court of public opinion. And I didn't jump on board with some of these stories because you don't know what the fact is or whatever. And you took a couple of calls from Wendy Williams, and now you have decided that she should be on the radio. She's perfectly fine. She's this and that. She's that. And I don't mean to harm. You should be paying more attention. So if you're telling all of us not to jump to conclusions, but then when it's a status or a message that you want to adopt, you're telling people go pick it out front. But you told everybody else with other situations not to jump to conclusions.
Right. And the irresponsible thing about this is you're talking about, she should be back on the radio, she should be working, this, that, and that.
No.
You don't know what the stress that
She
will
just
bring.
said on Don Lemon that she do not want. She said, did you hear her say she just want to work when she feel like it?
Oh, I thought but remember in that thing, she said she wanted to do a podcast.
Yeah, no, but she did. And he asked her, he said, do you want to go back to work? Wendy, do you want to work? She said, yeah, but just when I want to. Not when she said, not like 5 days a week. Just, I'm in a place now. When I'm up to it, I want to do it. When I don't want to have to do it. She said something equivalent to that today.
Yeah.
That's right there. I don't mean no harm. Yeah. That sounds like addiction as well. And while I get what she's saying, and she has that right, that she could certainly do a podcast where she just does it when she wants to, like Nicki Minaj. But it didn't sound like that kind of. It sounds like when I'm not drunk and I want to go and make some money real quick, yeah, I want to have the access to it. But otherwise,
right,
I'd rather just go, and have freedom to be in my addiction like I want to.
Right. And now the girl who was the girl that was speaking on her behalf, was that girl in that documentary?
Yes, that's the niece. Remember her niece that came to visit her or was trying to visit her during the documentary? She's she was always Auntie Wendy. And she also happens to be a reporter now as well. She got into like broadcasts because of her aunt, but it's her mother. Her mother is Wendy's sister, I think.
I think I remember her. Mm-hmm. Her face is coming to me, but I can't. But now, what happened to that man that was with Wendy? Remember that man? It was a man and a woman.
Yeah, I don't know.
Was in that? Remember, it was driving around with that weed.
I don't know where those people are.
Because I thought it was something that came about both of them. I forgot what it was.
Yeah, I know something came out about them right after the documentary came out. That's when people started kind of trying to figure out who are these people and who's, what are they up to or whatever. And it sounded like they had found something a little shady on them.
And I think Kevin Jr. and the dude had some kind of friction or something.
Some sort of issue with one another. Yeah. And Kevin didn't want those people around.
Yeah, he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't. Mm-hmm. But I mean, I know she sounds better, and I want her to continue to sound better. That's what I want. I want her to be somewhere where she, she can't make her situation worse.
Mm-hmm.
She can't speed up the inevitable. You know what I'm saying?
I'm right there with you. I want her. I think, and this is going to sound so sad. Assuming that she does sound sober. I think, but I hate to say it, I suspect that this is possibly the best that we will see. Like, I don't anticipate that if she were to be sober 2 more months, that she would be able to bounce back even more. No.
I think this is probably probably the best, but I'm trying to tell you, I would put money on it. I believe in that documentary, the reason why she was all out like that is because she was still drinking that stuff, and running around smoking that foolishness.
And I think she was popping some pills too, because at one point they had said like, well, yeah, she does. At one point they said something interesting like, she is prescribed some medication and then there's some other things or something like that made it seem like, yeah, they prescribe her some stuff, but she's taking some extra stuff, or they're prescribing her a certain dose and she's taking more than what the dose is supposed to be.
Right. You talking about on you talking about the documentary? Oh, okay. Because I know today they was like, they don't want to say anything about the medication because here's the thing, right? And what I read out of that family is trying to project that she's perfectly fine, and you don't want to get into the medicine because that medicine has something to do with her cognitive abilities, and it has something to do with what she has, and whatever she's diagnosed with. We'll know. If you tell us the name of that medicine, that medication, we'll figure it out.
Exactly.
And I believe that would kind of
tell the story.
Yeah, tell the story and mess up the true reason why she's going from person to person and trying to tell a story or what have you. Yes, is that's such a. But let me ask you this. I don't know how far you followed Brittany, and I think even after Brittany got from that guardianship or conservatorship or whatever she was under, didn't she kind of start losing it again?
She's still doing it right now. Brittany gets online every single day, spinning like a top, sweating, bags under her eyes, dark circles, hair dirty, and wearing these little drawers, spinning around with white boots on and panties in the middle of her floor every day, sometimes for hours.
Are you serious?
Yes, and that's the reason why. And like even when people were saying free Brittany, I was one of the few people who was saying no. There's not a free. I think they need to loosen the reins. Like I hated the fact that when I heard that her family was forcing her to perform when she did not want to. That's unacceptable. That's not what a conservatorship is for. That's slavery. When I heard about how her father was spending the money for his personal stuff and whatever, that's not what it's for. But you could look at her and see she is not well. You could read those messages she was posting, and I said, this is someone who is in a severe mental state. This is dangerous for her to be out of this conservatorship. It needs to be modified and, less restrictive, but she needs somebody to be with her at all times. Now it's released. Now she's not on it, and she's worse than ever before. Sometimes, like, people are in those chats, like, panicking for her, trying to get her to stop. She starts seeing stuff, hearing stuff. She'll start talking she'll start talking in a little baby voice and come out of it. Then she'll put, I got another outfit on. She'll go in there and change a little pair of panties, or sometimes she'll come out and say, I changed. And we're looking at it like, no, you did not. Like, this is the same thing. And she's just spinning, and she's spinning. This is the music. The music is slow. She's dancing just as fast as Hit Me Baby One More Time. The music is fast. She's dancing slow, and just like she's listening to something totally different. She sometimes gets on there trying to sing. I mean, Brittany is in bad shape, and people know it. And that's the reason why I would think after seeing that people would be like, look, I can't speak on no free nobody yet. Let me see the paperwork, because as we saw the paperwork come out, I was like, exactly like I told y'all, this is somebody who has a severe diagnosis. These people, her parents who got her on that conservatorship, did not just do that out of nowhere. She had severe situations where she had attempted to hurt herself, where she attempted to hurt her kids. She was hearing stuff, different. There was so many. There were so many situations that happened, and now here she is spinning like a top in the middle of that daggone front room that we all doing that to this day.
Check in on Brittany in a minute, and when the last time
found
I
that old
man,
remember she found that husband or something. Yeah, she found that a new husband or something. He came in talking about something. Yeah, we're gonna have a baby. Then she said she lost the baby. She was saying she was so pregnant, and again, she's so railed. Then there was no way she could have been pregnant. Like all this stuff. Then I think she recently has gotten rid of him not long back. Like the whole thing is a mess.
Just I know you coming up. Don't talk about, hey, y'all, you better come up. Listen, we having a family reunion. So let me ask you this. With Britney Spears, why was she acting crazy like that? Was it alcohol? Was she just having a mental breakdown? Like, what was her situation?
Yeah, so Brittany does have some pretty significant mental health diagnoses. I think it started off with a bipolar diagnosis, but a very severe bipolar diagnoses, and then I think that has morphed into possibly even some personality issues. There's multiple comorbid conditions, and then on top of that, there was of course addiction. So I think she also has that cognitive decline on top of the mental health stuff she already had, because apparently they have been working with her since she was a child. Like in her early teens, she was having some bipolar episodes and stuff like that. So her parents knew she was, having some trouble for a while. And then of course, you got the industry and all this other stuff. Like she definitely has mental health. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and so when people are like, "Oh, let her go, let her do whatever she want to do," I don't mean to harm. You don't realize some of these people are truly in danger if you left them to their own devices. And I hate to say it, people would, even to this day, if something happens, there will be, "Oh no." But that's what her parents are worried about, is that y'all don't see what she does behind closed doors. Y'all don't see the dangerous sorts of decisions that she makes. Like literally, these are people who just find a stranger on the street and go run off with him for 2 weeks, or whatever. You don't know who this person is. You don't know what, all kinds of stuff can happen.
Yeah, because those type of people are infamous for getting lost.
They're very vulnerable. They're very vulnerable.
Very, very. I mean, you be like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I did not know that Brittany was still spinning in her front room. I didn't know that.
Like a dragon.
I haven't looked in on her. I know it's been over a year.
Well, it ain't changed.
Oh no. And I was,
if anything, it's gotten worse. Really? But I know that she did get to see her son over Christmas. One of her sons did. I don't know how. I don't know if he came to her, she went to them, what happened. But I do know she saw her son at least over break.
Now she only has the kids by on the black girl man, right?
Federline, yeah, Kevin
Federline, yeah, Kev. Mm-hmm. Yeah, girl, I am so heartbroken because that's been a minute since I've seen Brittany spinning, and I was happy because she seemed like she was a good candidate for coming off the getting from.
No, she won't.
I thought she was, it was when she came out. I think did she go on tour, or do some dates or something, right?
No, remember that's the thing. Her parents, her father was her conservator, and they were making her go on tour. She did not want to go out on tour. In some sort of way, she ended up getting a handle up, and they had taken her phones and stuff. Some sort of way, she ended up finding some way to start sending these secret messages about not wanting to go on tour and what have you. And that's when people were like, whoa, what's going on with her? If she doesn't want to go on tour, why are they making her? And then it changed from there. And then she started saying, they forced me to take medication. That's another thing that people love to believe. They're forcing me to take medication. The medication is what's causing me to be like this. That's that Tyrese talk. That's that Kanye talk. That's that Jag talk. That's that Britney Spears talk. That's now the Whitney Williams talk. Is the medication is making me behave this way.
Mm-hmm.
It don't add up. Now, I do believe that they were making her take medication, but I believe it was for her diagnosis. And as we know, especially when they're in a manic state, they do not want to take. The last thing they want to do is take any medication because they believe they got all the answers.
Right, exactly. And but when the truth of the matter is, it's the medication. They need to keep things balanced.
And if you don't force the issue and make sure that they actually take it, you cannot trust that they're going to remember to take it on their own, because these are medications that have to be taken very consistently, literally down to the hour. When that clock beeps, go ahead and take it. If you're an hour or two off, that could cause a whole spiral situation, and I worry that that's even what her family might be thinking. And we know we all got those family members as well who, it's that medicine that mess you up. Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with you. Take herb, drink some tea, use this little herb, use some honey, whatever they think that they can do.
Cod liver oil.
Thank you. Cod liver oil. And I can tell you right now, I'm not saying that some natural remedies do not work, but also some people are so afraid of medication. And of course, we have a long history with that as Black people. So I get it. But we cannot continue to just tell people that every bit of medication that comes out is something bad, or that the medication is causing things that are actually mental health. We have to accept that mental health is a real thing that is existing in our community. And some of this behavior is that if they take her off that medication, they're going to see worse. I can tell you that.
Just V is in here talking about Wendy need to be with her family, and telling me something about Bruce Willis has dementia and he's with his family, but and Bruce Willis may have a different situation.
Bruce Willis just has natural dementia, not the alcohol induced.
Yeah,
that we know of, at least. If it is alcohol induced, then that would be something new to me. But I understand that he does have. I do agree that she should have access to family members. I think everybody should.
Yeah,
if they want it. But I don't know that they should be.
I think it should be in a controlled environment, though.
I don't know that they can be the conservator unless they are a person who can 100% understand the gravity of the situation here, and that they are a person who could actually enforce some restrictions when those times come. When with many of us with our family, especially if that family member start turning up on us, eventually we get to the point where, okay, we're fine. I can't do nothing with you no more. Well, you can't do that when you're a conservator. The conservatorship is 24/7, and you can also be held accountable if you don't do your part. As well as you don't want someone who can be a conservator who's going to allow a lot of people to come in and sneak in. Somebody who's like, it's her money, she can have. I know a lot of family. Hey, DV, I ain't seen you. But like, I know there's some people who would be like, it's her money. I can't tell her she can't have her money. She took $1,000. Next thing you know, she's down the street. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can't get to her. Or I give her money if she want. I give her wallet. Or she got her phone. She ordered Uber Eats the other day. Come to find out, she's sneaking alcohol in the order or whatever. Like different stuff. You want to make sure if it is family that she should be able to care for her properly.
Your family and friends are going to view this, but that's her stuff. That she asked me, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't get no resistance when I ask the people the small, baby, they kept, they always bring me them plates and they don't have no salt on the tray. They only have pepper. I'm like, oh no, honey. Okay, listen here. Can you buy a salt and pepper shaker, please, and bring that on up here?
Impression through the roof.
Baby, I can't eat. Okay.
I agree, Justine.
Hospital food and no salt on there. Come on now, I got to do something.
Yeah,
I got to do something. But right. Oh, now you gonna agree with Just B about the mental health? But every time I try to diagnose them and lock them up, I'm going too far.
No, see, the only thing she didn't say locking people. She said that there are lots of people running around completely out of their mind with no guardian, and that is true. That everybody does not need a guardian, and quite frankly, it's gotten to the point that most of the people that we associate with guardianships now are people who have large amounts of money, which makes it even more priority because there's so many people who want a hand in the pot that they say, lock that one down real quick. That's what happened with Britney Spears. That's what happened. Mm-hmm. Quite frankly, Mike Epps has schizophrenia. He completely has total freedom. He has no restriction whatsoever. He takes his medication at the same time. I agree. Yeah, Mike Epps, he's open about it. He's done interviews about it and everything.
Wait a minute. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Everybody with mental illness does not need to be locked away, and everybody with mental illness does not need to have that level of restriction. Addiction does bring another element into it, and at the same time, we know many people who have family members who have mental health issues, and they're out on the street and they are doing whatever they're doing, and they still drinking or what have you. The resources are very different, but I just don't think anybody should have any level of restriction that exceeds what is necessary to keep them safe. I don't think I can say that enough. I don't think they should do anything for Wendy or anybody else that exceeds what is appropriate to keep her safe. And I don't see why she can't see her cats. I don't see why this other stuff. But I also want to hear and see what some of this legal documentation is that they use as the basis
Mm-hmm.
for this conservatorship.
Yeah, let me read about the Wells Fargo part, because that's interesting. How Wells Fargo
Mm-hmm.
going.
Initiated it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's crazy. When I heard, I said, "Oh my gosh." Wells.
DV, I will go back and look at that. I don't get any. I need to go back and look. I noticed I don't get anybody's notifications anymore from YouTube. And I don't know if that's I need to go and reactivate it, but like I had notifications for like all my people, because I like to support when people go live. I haven't gotten a notification in about a like for your channel DV or Angie or anybody in quite a while.
Well, I ain't been live I mean, I talked to you behind the scenes, so I mean, I ain't been live, but I ain't been live in a minute. So
Yeah, but I even saw some other people the other day that had been live, and I was like, I didn't get that notification
okay.
at all. So I don't know if anything's been going on, but I didn't know that there was some Cameron and Jim Jones stuff. I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, I posted it. I posted it, child. They I love New Yorkers because they get it right to it, straight to the point or whatever. And I think I don't like their argument, back and forth or whatever. But what they're saying to each other is funny, Yeah.
They've had a ton of like brotherly conflicts over the years. So they always do a good job of keeping you entertained at least.
Yeah, but some people saying like that they think that this probably with this conflict. They said that they think that it's probably the end of
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, I didn't know
it was bad. Yeah, it's bad. It's been it's been going on back and forth, whatever. And I didn't. You know what? I had always thought that Mace was maybe like a goofy kind of guy, right? Mm-hmm. I didn't know until he started reading Puffy that he kind of about that life,
He's not as soft as you would think.
Yeah, I thought
was just this person, because they had him as far as his persona, his rap persona. He was just young, laid back, and just wanted to bop around and smile. So you always looked at him like, okay, he's just harmless kind of stuff. But you saw he was in the crosshairs of a lot of stuff.
Right. And I just thought that you like you say he was like a laid back, fun guy, but when before he started rapping so happily or whatever, he used to be saying some some pretty deep lyrics, you know what I'm saying? Like not to the point of like thug life type lyrics, but it wasn't the easy, fun, the radio friendly edits or whatever. It was pretty good. It was kind of I bust your head type. I'm like, oh, Mace, I couldn't believe it. So let me read this, what they said about this Wells Fargo. It says, Wells Fargo restricted Wendy Williams' access to her bank accounts and petitioned for a temporary financial guardianship over her because her financial advisor told the bank that Williams was of unsound mind. Williams denies this claim and has been fighting to regain access to her accounts. Says explanation says Williams financial advisor Lori Schiller told Wells Fargo that Williams was of unsound mind. Wells Fargo froze Williams' bank accounts and restricted her access to them. Wells Fargo petitioned the court for a temporary financial guardianship over Williams. Williams has been fighting to regain access to her bank accounts and in the guardianship. The dispute between Williams and Wells Fargo has been highly publicized and has brought attention to the potential harm and ethics violations that can occur from unwarranted conservatorships. Unwarranted.
Can you clarify that financial advisor? Was that like a Wells Fargo financial advisor, or was that her personal, like her own financial advisor that she paid like on her team? Can you tell?
It says Williams financial advisor, comma, Lori Schiller, comma, told Wells Fargo. So it was hers.
So yeah, they told Wells Fargo. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know how I've been banking with Wells Fargo for many years, and that's what they call like your bankers in the store. They call them financial advisors.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if it was her personal one or if it was actually like she went in there. Like I said, if she went up in there with one of them people
and
was carrying on. But here's the thing. I mean, if her financial advisor is hearing her call and she's drunk and all these other things,
she was tripping with that financial advisor.
You do have, and they have ethical obligations as well to report some of this stuff if this stuff does happen. And then pretty much Wells Fargo would then say, yeah, we want a conservatorship because we ain't gonna lose this money out this bank, but we want somebody that we know we can deal with. Like pretty much we ain't gonna get in the middle of it. Bank courts, y'all tell us who to listen to because we don't know what to do.
Right. So here's what they said happened. It says TV personality Wendy Williams, 57, allegedly requested her bank statements from Wells Fargo at the start of the year to find that not only had the financial institution restricted her from accessing them, but it had frozen her bank accounts and petitioned the court for temporary financial guardianship over her as well. Huh? Over her? Lord.
That's extreme. That's extreme for a bank. Because it started off the article saying they asked for financial. Now you've gotten the whole person.
Yeah, that's extreme. She must was cutting the food. It says the motive behind Wells Fargo actions supposedly was to protect Williams' finances because Wells Fargo financial advisor Laura Schiller had notified the bank that the former talk show host was of unsound mind. Williams, who denies this claim, has been fighting ever since blah, blah, blah. It's, I read that. It says Williams' highly publicized dispute with Wells Fargo comes on the heels of the controversial Britney Spears conservatorship case, which was the subject of the Free Britney movement and culminated in the termination of the 13-year conservatorship in 2021. I mean, that's a long time.
13 years of that.
That's a long time.
And you remember she had a residency at one of them things. Like they said, I think it was Las Vegas, maybe she had a residency, and they said she was doing like 3 or 4 shows a day. That is rigorous. Rigorous.
That's a long time. God.
13 years of being forced to do this and this and that. And I don't mean no harm. She was still not in no great shape during that time. But she was not spinning in that floor. But she's spinning them. So you do with that what you will.
Right, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes, we would, and the thing about it is we want people to be with their family because we saying, okay, we know what goes on in those, homes and things of that nature, that type of abuse. But I don't think that with that much restriction and oversight as Wendy claim is going on, I believe they probably monitoring everybody that comes in to make sure that they don't become a potential ally to Williams. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Don't run and go get her stuff and sneaking in and all that type of stuff. So
the other thing is that she can't fire her guardians, right? Which is very different than if you just say, go over to your family, whatever. She can say, get out of my house, or I pay for this. You get out of here, or whatever. Or I fired the maid today. That person you made sit in here, I fired them because I paid for it with my money. Like it could be different. You can't do that with the guardian if they say these people go into place, or like she said, when she went to whatever with her son, it had to be a guardian person with her. Now, I want her to have levels of freedom, but I don't know that her family would give her the structure to keep her, or if they have the ability, because that's a full-time job. And then some. do they have the ability to really take that on, or can they put people in place that she cannot fire?
And with how they making Wendy out to be, it probably needs to be a family member with some experience. So that's going to be hard to find. You know what I'm
Very
saying?
hard.
Not not all your family members have that level of experience, right? So if any. So I mean, I think she probably is best where she is. You know what I'm saying? I think.
Can I ask another question?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I wonder, one, how did she get Charlamagne's number to start calling him? Because he said she called just out of the blue, like last week or whatever. So somebody had to give her a number, and then for her to be able to coordinate, like we knew that she was coming on to the Breakfast Club since yesterday or a day before, something like that. I think it was yesterday. And now she was able to make all these calls. To me, if the conservatorship was as restrictive as they say, the moment that first call even started, the line would have been cut, wouldn't it? Couldn't they have just sent somebody right on in there and shut all of this stuff down? She had a conversation with Charlamagne. She meeting with Jason Lee, and she also had a conversation with Don Lemon, and at least one of them was announced well in advance. So I would imagine if the what's going on here, that did they miss that? Because the rest of the world, we knew it was going on. I doubt that her conservator would not be privy to the fact that the Breakfast Club was saying she was going to be on.
Right.
No, did that seem a little, or did that pique anybody else's interest to be like, well, how was she able to do this with? How is she able to make all these calls like that?
Right. I mean, it is. I mean, now we don't know if her level of restriction goes down to like who you can talk to, who you can't, or whatever. But I mean, and another thing, did she ever have her own personal phone? And did they take it, and why did they take it? You understand?
She said in the interview that she did have her phone at one point. They took that away, and then they gave her a phone with just that she, a landline that she can call out, but she can't nobody call her or to have the number.
And see, that suggests punishment. So that tells me that it's something she is not abiding by the rules. Because she ain't just getting that place. She did. I mean, right? She ain't just getting that facility. If they took her phone, they took it for a reason. So, honey. I don't know. But I know that, do we want her with some familiarity in her life? People she know, and her family and all that type of stuff. Yeah. Do we know why she's even at that level of care? I mean, it's so restricted. No, and there has to be a reason. That just didn't happen, overnight. We saw her on that documentary, and it was alarming, honey. And when the documentary was over, we said, so many people said, why did they even show that? That's how bad it was.
I mean, I'm gonna see what y'all gonna do. I'm gonna see what y'all gonna do about it, but it's not looking too good.
They are already on online with the free with Wendy. Like, they don't play by Wendy.
Well, I mean, I think everybody would, because it is a very sad plight. This is a person who built their entire career, and we fell in love with her because she kind of was untamed. You can't tell Wendy what to do. You're not going to, you know, restrict her. And I don't even care who you are. I don't want anyone to have freedoms removed from them for that seem arbitrary. You know, I'm all about trying to help people and trying to protect them, especially if they're not in a space where they can protect themselves. I'm certainly for helping people who have any level of cognitive decline, but I want her to still be able to do that with dignity. And I love that her niece at least is using that term, that she should still have general dignities. And if she does have, I don't know about her net worth. If it's 500,000, then they might have to keep her where she is. But if, you know, whatever the most is that she can reasonably afford, like I don't have, like, okay, I have a hard time believing that there is not some place that can accommodate the Wendy's of the world, the celebrities of the world, where they still can have more. They said the place is the size of a hotel room, which is like quite frankly, it's like either an inpatient rehab or a rehabilitation facility or assisted living in a very small spot. So you know good and well that there are some upper scale places that have similar types of restrictions or what have you, concierge services and whatever the case may be, that I would imagine that she certainly would be able to get into should she be able to afford it. I don't like anybody, like I don't like anybody telling me what to do and what to say and where to be, and I can't even see my family or talk to them. Her fact that they telling her that they don't even know if she's going to be able to go and visit her father's birthday, 94 years old. What, like, unless she is under the influence actively at that time, I see no reason why she would not still, like, that shouldn't even be a question.
Right.
Or if at least they're having these conservatorships, I think there should be some part of that allows some family influence, especially after the family is assessed to be, you know, healthy, you know, and not a danger. Like, where are we drawing the line here to the point that she can't even call anybody?
Right. But I mean, you know, she's gonna require permission to do so. You know, so that I don't know that, and now come on, I hope they allow her to do that. Just be you say she obviously exhibit some degree of nuttiness that she seems to have improved. So why must this continue? Because we want it to stay where it is, or to get, you know, as best as it could possibly. If she goes, I mean, if she goes to court and they say, okay, you know, I mean, we don't know if she is in the space to not drink and not do those things that, you know, obviously got her in the position she's in now. So a lot of times you know, I do know a lot of times they put those the those what I want to say. Put those, well, I get them as contracts. So they put those contracts as a final, you know, it's final. I mean, you can appeal it, but and a lot of that is based on the recommendation of the doctor as well as a whole bunch of people, and based on what they say, they usually say something like the condition, it won't get any better or whatever, you know, and then if, you know, the potential harm and all of that, you know, so and that's when they stamp that, you know, final, you know, it's permanent. It's a permanent.
Yeah, and that's what I believe that's when they said she's permanently incapacitated. It's that brain deterioration. There's damage done that cannot be, that's irreparable, essentially. It's irreparable brain damage that would cause her, you know, it's not super unlike, you know, CTE and things like that. Once that damage is done, it's no reversing it back. You know, it's nothing you can take. It's nothing no therapy you could do or whatever. Right. The other part I would say, Just V, is I wonder as well, has there been sustained enough period of time without her doing the addictive behavior. Because when I listened to her, because her niece came back later and did another follow up with Don Lemon, and I watched that too, or I listened to that. And what Denise said is that Denise says she has been in touch with Wendy for about a year. She said the first 6 months that she was in touch with her, she was still in the original place in Connecticut. And she doesn't know what happened, but all of a sudden they moved her from that place in Connecticut that was less restrictive to this place in New York that was more restrictive, which suggests to me that if it was a addiction situation, if she was able to get stuff snuck in, or she had violated policies or what have you like that at the first place so many times that they said, well, she can't be here. She needs a more restrictive environment. But even when you get to that more restrictive environment, you have to sustain that, pretty much that good, that good behavior, or they need to be able to prove that they don't have reason to believe that you're going to go back to that if you were to go to either a different facility. And I hate to say it, there's a limited number of facilities that even provide that kind of care, period, on any level. Like, it's hard to get a bed. Like, multiple times with my friend, he would get out of the hospital and he would agree. He said, I need to go to rehab. And they'll say, okay, well, your insurance is only going to let you stay here another day. We're going to try to see if we can find somewhere that can get you in within that day. If not, we got to let you go home for 2 days. And then this bed might open up at the end of the week. Well, 2 days at home, within 12 hours, he's back out on the street getting what he want to get. Now we back at square one, because they're not going to, you know what I'm saying? So, or it's going to be impossible to get him back off of the street into a car and convince him again, yeah, you really do need to be in the rehab the way that you were convinced when you were laying on that hospital bed. So it could be as well that she needs to, that, you know, either by part of the conservatorship or either the type of facility that she's in, that they are saying she would have to show 1 year worth, or whatever the amount of time is. It could even be 7 months, you know, whatever the magic number is based upon the diagnosis that she has. They could say you have to be able to show this for this amount of time in order to get these additional privileges either back or to be moved to a less restrictive place, is what I suspect.
Right. Yeah, you have to show for a sustained time period. You have to show some level of compliance, or improvement. It depends on, you know, what your situation is before they can, you know, they'll start dropping.
And not for nothing too. I don't know if that's the case for her. We might not know all the details, but another thing that sometimes they'll do is they'll say, okay, these are your options. If you can either stay here, but you need to go to all of the meetings, and you got, you know, pretty much you can stay here, but you're going to have to participate in some level of care that about your addictive behavior or whatever the case may be, or mental health or whatever the issue might be. You can stay here and do that, but here's what you have to participate in. And many times, and I know even I have a couple of friends who've been in various situations that they've refused it. One of which even ended up having to do jail time, where the judge said, either you can go to this, you know, mental health clinic or what have you, or I'm sending you to jail for 30 days. And he was just like, flat out, I'm not going. So the judge was like, all right, well, jail it is. It wasn't that they didn't have that option, but he just refused to get help for what he had going on. So and mind you, all of what we're saying is speculative of stuff that could happen, but having worked in this field so closely, I just know the circumstances that just pops off to the top of my head that I have even been a part of, that if somebody had been looking at it from the outside and didn't have the records in front of them that I had, and didn't understand how sometimes these facilities work, that it would feel like, oh yeah, why can't she just go back home now that she's better? Well, better is very relative, because I think about, again, back to my friend, there were times where they would say, you need to go to rehab and you need to be there for a minimum of 1 year. He'll go there 3 months. And yeah, he would sound just like Wendy, sound like, oh, he must be getting better. But that 3 months, you know, is a drop in the bucket. He couldn't even be out for 5 hours and even be close to be clean. You know what I'm saying? He's not there. He needs a lot more. And once he's better, or once he's sober, at least, his head was always going to tell him, I'm good. These people are crazy. Why am I here? These people need to be here. I don't need to be here. that person is out on the street. I have a master's degree. I have this. I have all these great things, like it does give them this feeling of grandiosity. The addiction would tell them, you don't need this until they get out, and then they absolutely need the alcohol. So I worry about that for her.
And with a lot of these people, they need a high level of control. And when they are, when people are at their home and all that type of stuff, it's kind of hard to control the environment that way and all of that. So so I mean, I felt bad for her when I heard of that. I'm like, oh Lord, she don't have a family member that's suitable. But man,
yeah, I know her niece did say in the follow-up message, she said that she, like, because they said, is there no family anywhere who can take her in? Or Don asked some sort of question like that, like pretty much, where's the family or something like that? Or is there anybody who's willing to kind of take over? And she hesitated a little bit. And then she said, but I know that I have said that I will do everything within my power. But it wasn't a definitive, yes, there is somebody. At the same time, I don't know if they're keeping some of that under lock and key because of the legal stuff, so that person does not become, oh, that's who started this, or that's who's behind this, or, what have you. I don't know. But she just was like, I know I've said I'll do everything within my power. At the same time, you're a full-time, like even at the beginning of the interview with Don Lemon, you had to jump off early because you had to go and do your own newscast.
Yeah. So she can't.
You have the ability. You definitely not going to be 24 hours.
Exactly. And I'm telling you, it's going to have to be someone with some kind of you've ever heard, how, I mean, it's just on a lower level, how they have some family members, like in anticipation of getting the kid back or custody of a kid, you got to go get some type of certification, go to some kind of classes and things of that of that nature. It's the same thing. And just be, you said, unless she's harmed herself, going back to the same environment could be harming herself because she's going back to those things she used to do. I mean,
with her cognitive state, I can tell you right now, here's the thing, alcohol is going to eat away at other organs a lot quicker than it's going to eat away at the brain typically, right? So if somebody is showing that level of cognitive decline as a result of alcoholism, that's to let you know that they have probably multiple other, like their pancreas, liver, kidneys, all kinds of other, there's multiple other things that are also broken down. That's not just that. And we know at least she has the lymphedema. So, she has thyroid disorder. We know she has other medical conditions that certainly she shouldn't have been drinking alcohol in the first place with those, with some of those conditions that she has and the medications that she was taking for that. So, and quite frankly, when somebody gets to that level where there's cognitive decline as a result of alcoholism, that is certainly a person who literally one sip can make all the difference.
Yeah.
Even if, any access to alcohol whatsoever can, it can be very dangerous, if in order for her to even have that kind of decline. And she did display symptoms of it that I personally observed. Now, two questions. One, what did you think about her Diddy statement? Because that's when you go, there's still a little Wendy in there. She remembers, at the same time, I think about my friend. He could definitely be like, you remember when we did this 10 years ago? That doesn't mean that their memory is totally gone. It means that they have a level of cognitive decline. And so what did you think about the Diddy comment? And then the other, well, let me let you do that one first. What did you think about that?
I thought, she's been insinuating stuff about Diddy for a long time.
Yeah, she got fired for it. Remember?
Yeah, right. And Diddy has been doing a bunch of stuff for a minute now. But here's the thing, right? how like okay, we already know that the level of when it comes to a crime or what he's done. Now, my thing is, what would make his situation worse if it was some minors involved, okay? And then if he, because you know how the law writes things. The law the statutes are brought for a reason, so it can fit, almost any type of circumstance and situation and incident that it wants, right? So people still can't understand how people volunteering to go to his house to take drugs and to drink alcohol and to have sex, how is that his fault? Okay, why is that a crime? People still don't understand that part of it. Okay. All right. So I'm saying is, I don't know if she had more of the same stories, because I mean he is a lot. It is stuff. I mean, he was doing a lot in Miami. Okay. So there's a lot of talk going on. Okay. You had different camps. You had the Luke camp. You had his camp. And some wannabes in between and stuff like that. And they were doing a lot of stuff. A lot of the same stuff. Going to each other's situation or whatever. I mean, he had a lot of nakedness going on. So I don't know if she's saying like more of the same, or is she really also talking about the stuff with the men? I mean, if it's men involved, it's not going to be any more criminal than with the women. I mean, we're going to be like, oh, but other than that, the only thing that can make his situation worse if there's some minors involved, and of course if there's some type of diseases. We ain't heard that yet, but I believe she may be making reference to that it's like a lot of more parties than what we know of, maybe more celebrities than what we know of. Of course, the drugs and the alcohol, we know that. But you understand what I'm saying? I'm thinking she may be speaking to that.
As soon as she said he's going, like one of the first things she said was he's going to jail for life. And like when she said that, I immediately thought she was talking about the Keefe D, Tupac, like that this is going to finally come out.
Oh, you thought it went in that direction. Oh.
Yeah, because I mean, I imagine it could also just be Wendy talking, but it didn't feel that way. And also based upon, how she used to talk before, she never said that about R. Kelly or many other people. When she said he is going, she's like, let me tell y'all, he is going for life. And she stressed it. And then she said she's been around him for a long time and she's been telling us, and that he, it's past due, or like, it's high time for him to be held accountable. When she stressed that life part, it made me go, oh, I thought she was talking about Tupac. Because I mean, if it was just with the women, and if it was just the women and the sexual stuff, I mean, mind you, I guess you could, but I guess from what she would be knowing and saying she's been knowing stuff for a long time, I thought it was less of that and more her thinking, oh no, y'all about to find out he's been behind bodies. Which P.S. and I'm going to watch it tonight. I don't know if you watched the document or I don't know if it was a documentary or a special on Peacock, the Diddy that got that Albie Shore and all them are in. I need to watch that tonight.
When did it come out?
It came out just like a couple of days ago.
Okay, so now
I just haven't been able to watch it.
I'll be up on my documentary. So if it just came out a couple of days ago, I haven't watched it, so I'll go back and watch it.
If you watch it, we might have to break that down because my sister watched it and she is down on me. I saw it when it came out, but I was too tired to watch that night. Wow. And a lot of people are saying it's super crazy, and everybody that's seen it so far is like waiting on me to watch it because they want to know what I think about it. And so, but my sister said that I guess from what I need to watch, I haven't watched it, so I don't know. But she just said that apparently Al B. Sure suggests that he's had multiple attempts on his life, and he describes them. So I need to watch that.
On Al B. Sure's life.
On Al B. Sure's life by Diddy.
Wow.
Like it's a Diddy. Let me see. I have the picture right here.
But you know what? Now here's the thing, because y'all know I be gosh, because I hate to assign some things to people, put jackets on people that I really, but here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Diddy at this point, I'm gonna have to say some things. Diddy, okay, go with the Keefer D thing, whatever. That $1 million that other people were supposed to have paid the dude, and he ran off and whatever. It's people with some credibility are verifying that story, and if so, that connects him to the situation with Tupac, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you understand what I'm saying? Because if he's involved with the same, coincidentally to be involved with the same crew that so happened to be, looks like to be pretty good as the ones that took out Tupac.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't believe in too many coincidences. I just don't believe in all of that.
Mm-hmm.
If he keeps popping up in the evidence, if he keeps popping up in the event, if he keeps popping up in the circumstance, and I know Keeper D, we can't put nothing on what he say. That's why I be trying to follow more credible sources, right? I mean, it looks pretty bad, and we do know that Puppy, he's not gonna continue to defend himself. So I know that behavior. So he's not gonna continue to speak on that incident with Tupac, like he ain't continue to speak on that incident with the woman who got shot in the nose. That woman who got shot in the nose, she say she looked and she saw Puppy.
Saw him with
yeah. It's too many incidents with him and them guns, child.
And in that bathroom with the pictures in that lawsuit, they said somebody in the stomach and the man, and like also, I mean, those pictures were pretty damning, I would think. Now, Just V, let me get you together real quick. One, I don't know whether he's a deadbeat or not, because people are saying that he was not like that. I guess I'm gonna have to look at this documentary. Have you already looked at it? But the other part is, you could be a deadbeat father or not. You don't deserve for nobody to try to put a hit on you. Now, come on now.
Yeah.
I mean, the same.
Exactly.
I'm gonna use your same logic from earlier. There's a whole lot of deadbeat fathers or parents who are running around here, and they're not being assassinated or having assassination attempts on their life. That's too much, and they have a right to be able to speak out on that if somebody's coming for your life. Like, that shouldn't be going on. Whether he
blew up that boy car. He blew up that Kid Cudi car.
Kid Paul or Kid Cudi, and he's already
I mean, it's a lot. We've seen how he kicked that girl off.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of extreme violence that is associated with this person,
and
at some point we got to accept that as a pattern of behavior that is associated with him, as well as what we've seen. We've seen him screaming on people, and he does have explosive episodes. But my thing is that I heard in a different this is a different docuseries, Angie, I sent you it's called Diddy, the Making of Bad Boy, or The Downfall of Bad Boy, something like that. I sent you so you can see what it is. It's on Peacock, but it may be on, like, I don't know if you have cable or something, it may be on demand too. I don't know, but I saw it on I'm going to watch it on Peacock. So here's the thing that I'll say to you, Just V, as well. I had seen in a different documentary that it was not true that Al B. Sure didn't take care of his kid or didn't have like he's always still had a relationship. But then when I look at what Quincy said he was not there. But then in that same documentary, they pretty much said that pretty much Diddy pretty much he manipulated the situation to make it like that. That pretty much he made like Al B. Shore the whole entire time was like, it was one of those situations allegedly where Al B was always trying to reach out, trying to contact, trying to get to his son. And then that one of Kim's friends has also said that like at one point, like that Kim has said pretty much like to ask Albie like, please stop because he's going to kill you if you do, like pretty much something like that, where it wasn't that he was just not trying to be there, but that once Diddy came in the picture, Diddy did not want Albie or any of these other people involved, so he pretty much took over and like he would make life very, very difficult and pretty much prevent him from seeing him, which so that Quincy now has this belief that his father was never there. And then like he was like feeding him like, your dad didn't want to do this, so I'm doing it for you, you know, whatever. But like that Al never really had a chance. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if y'all heard that, but I saw that in a different documentary.
And another thing, right? Because I always thought that Puffy was this fun loving guy and whatever, and just got and caught up in some unfortunate situations and stuff. But then you listen to Shine and you listen to all the all these other stories. But somebody now, I don't know.
And the feds were at Ben Affleck's house the other day. I wonder
for what.
People are saying that it was to question him because he was with Jennifer Affleck immediately after or shortly after she was at the Shine situation at that club that night. And then she, of course, has had other interactions, and they suspect that he may know information or have been told information by Jennifer about some of their dealings over the years, or that he also at one point had possibly been threatened or something like that by Diddy. Who knows if that's true or not? But I know that I did see the video footage of the feds definitely was at his house, and he came outside and was talking to him and then let him on in.
Well, someone told me that close to the situation that they know a lot, but I don't know if it's about him being abusive to Kim, or about his attitude, or if it's, I don't think it's about them parties. I think it's about on the Kim angle. But I don't hot mouth, so I don't say nothing. But I'll ask, is it about the is it more along the lines of Diddy and Kim? So I have to say at this point, Diddy is violent, and and also in a lot of them little documentaries, when people speak about him, whatever, they talk about his temper.
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody.
Yeah, they talk about his temper. I didn't want to put, that gun toting and shooting and stuff jacket on him, but I'm gonna have to put it on him, honey.
Yeah.
Because that's too many stories. All them guns and stuff he had at the house that was his face like people who don't I ain't all into that, all about that life. They don't have that at their house.
No, I don't have suspicious bodies associated with my name like that.
Yeah.
And several of them at that. That is very concerning to me. Another piece, now I'm gonna get Jess V over here. She caping for Diddy. She's a Diddy supporter. That's what she is. That's what she is. But here's the thing, okay? I will say this, Just V. I don't know. I'm going to look at this documentary, and if I don't agree, I'll eat my words. My only thing is, okay, I'll be sure, but Diddy is Diddy, and everybody has talked about how powerful he was, how much, like you're saying, he could have just went to the court and filed for. If somebody's trying to kill you and you're not, filing. They certainly would do that. Like, you got people, cars getting blown up for way less just for dating a girl that he don't want. And he would have had no shade to Al B and his own talent. Diddy would have had access to resources and lawyers that Puffy would have, Puffy's lawyers would have ate those people up for lunch. No disrespect. They would have eaten those people, whatever he would afford it, or he would have possibly gotten him to the point that he was totally bankrupt, just trying to fight that case. So there could be another side to it from what people said. And my understanding is that at least on that thing that I saw, and then I've seen some similar stuff, just, around the way and rumors and stuff, is that Kim actually asked him, just don't, pretty much just stop, because she was worried for him. And keep in mind, Kim still maintained a relationship with Al up until her passing. She talked to him the day before she passed. So she had been able to reconcile some sort of way with him, if he was such a deadbeat or whatever case it be. I don't know. I still want to see more of it, because it could be that it was something skeptical. But I also that's way too far to be taking those sorts of measures. But I don't think he could have just went up to the courthouse. Like, it's different when me and my baby daddy go down to the courthouse and we both on the same playing field. We pretty much, your lawyer gonna be about the same as my little $2,000 lawyer, and your little this is that. It's different when I'm walking in with a $10,000 lawyer and you're walking in with a team of $1 million lawyers. I don't think. And on top of that, I'm getting my drink poisoned when I went to Chipotle last night. Like that he might not have had the same ability.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask right now. Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna get
the receipt is there was this interview. I gotta figure it out, and I'll share it. But there was an interview with a friend, and then one of the things came out in the report. Some report came out that also said, I guess when they went through her stuff once she had passed, that they saw that she had indeed reached out to her. And I know when that came out, like on the Shade Room and stuff, Albie had gotten under the comments and was like, exactly, that was my queen, that was my best friend. We talked every day. Like, he kind of went on extra about how much. Now, who knows if he's telling the truth or not, but I would hope he would not be telling a lie on a lady like that at a time like this. But pretty much he felt like he was vindicated by that. And that did make circles. And I'm going to see if I can find it while I'm on here so I can drop the link in there. I'm caping? No, I don't even like Albie Shore. He is not my type, girl. Don't nobody want no Albie. I'm just saying that, to me, if I got to look between the two people, I'm siding with Angie on this now. Because if I got to look between the two, I've only heard one thing about Albie Shore as far as rumors go, and that rumor is the deadbeat, right? I've heard several rumors about Diddy being violent, attempting to hurt this person, attempting to hurt that person, So I just off of I don't know what the truth is, but I will say, just off of the strength of the reputations that those two people have, I feel like one of them is more likely to have been the violent one in that situation. And also, if nothing else, even outside of the rumors, I know one of them pockets are very different than the other. It had a lot more power. I don't mean no harm. The majority of people didn't even know, still to this day, don't really even know who Albie Shore was. Like, those younger kids have no clue. Everybody knows who Diddy is still, because he's a mogul. One of them is a mogul, and one of them is an old head R&B singer. They just they wouldn't have had the same resources. That's the equivalent of me comparing what a gospel singer makes. Yolanda Adams, if she went to go sue Diddy, yeah, she probably is successful in her own right, but she don't got Diddy money. She don't got Diddy resources, I just feel like they would have been in two different worlds, and I'm not caping for them.
And Diddy has a lot of access outside of just money. He got connections, honey. He has connections. So that makes a difference. I didn't want to put that jacket on that man, but it seems, okay, the people dying. Okay, I get it. All right, people, I get it. Okay, but the violence that these people talk about and that he's involved in, and the people that died due to some kind of beef or something. Nah, we're gonna have to get beyond that coincidence. And I don't believe nothing Keeper D say unless somebody else can verify. Unless I see it in writing, I don't believe nothing he says. But
his other kids? I didn't know he had more kids. Okay, well, if he's a deadbeat, he's a deadbeat. He still shouldn't be dead, though. Come on now, you want that man to have a hit on him just for that? Come on now. If he had other kids, if all of his kids say he was no good and wasn't supportive of him, then shame on him for that.
yeah,
But he should still live to tell the story, and he should still live to be able to make that right or be held accountable. Shouldn't nobody be taking you out for that.
right. That's just
Yes, two other sons that got on TV and said, "Okay, well, I mean, there it is." So I'm not going to deny that, but he still should be alive.
Let me see. Be sure. Let's see. Let me see.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This is very this is all very interesting. I think we're gonna have to sort it all out. But I didn't see Just V. Have you watched, or DV, or anybody? Has anybody watched that Diddy the Downfall of Bad Boy? Or do we need to look at it and then come back and regroup and figure out what we believe? Are we gonna have charges from the birth canal of this documentary? My sister said it's pretty intense, and that there are multiple people that talk about his violence and everything else. So we'll see. The other part I say too, it's not just that every artist he has said he's corrupt. Like almost everybody, there's no good stories, you know?
Exactly. Now check this out. Just be the only source I have they just keep with different sources that says that the only person that called him a deadbeat is Quincy. And
which would have been poison. His mind could have been poisoned by Diddy, like I said.
Yeah,
so who are these other
sons? But the other two. It just says Quincy said that.
See, just
and who knows why they're saying it, because it could be because of, I'll be sure didn't spend no time with them, whatever, or it could be money, or it could be both. I don't know, and I'm wondering, how could it be money if Diddy is the one that allegedly took care of him? So
that's exactly how, because if you got Diddy or a manipulative person and I hate to go back here, but let's again, the saga continues in 2025. Let's go back and look at some of the allegations against R. Kelly. They said that he would get those girls and then tell them, your family don't like you. They didn't want to be with you. They tried to sell you to me. They this and they that. They can't give you what I'm giving you. I'm the one that's taking care of you. And eventually they were led to believe, or quite frankly, some would say brainwashed, to believe that their families had all turned against them and didn't want them and didn't care for them and, couldn't provide for them. And therefore that he was pretty much the only family that they should be concerned with or worry about. And so it very well could have been, okay, imagine this scenario. We don't know if this is the case. I'm just saying, if we think about a reasonable person standard, could this have happened based upon what we know? Could it have happened that, one, he's abusing Kim, he's obsessive about Kim, which we've heard multiple times over, that he was always very obsessive about her. He doesn't want anybody around her. He doesn't want any men around her. He wants to control everything, and he wants to be the only father figure or male in her life related to her son. He gets her in a space where he's like, you bring anybody else around, I'm gonna kill him. I don't care whether it's a baby daddy or not. Whenever she's around him, that's more and more increasingly difficult for her to do that. so on and so forth. So now she's just naturally spending less and less time and making herself less and less available to provide the kid or meet him halfway or do any of those things like that. Plus, you have this man who's showering him with gifts, being a father figure to him, so on and so forth. And then as time progresses on and he's getting older, he's then feeding him stuff like, yeah, your dad ain't here for this. I'm your dad now, and stepping into that role to the point that he's now growing up his whole entire life, having negative feelings about his father, not seeing his father, but also not understanding what might have been behind the scenes. Is it possible? Yes. Do we know that to be the case? No. So I got to still keep the jury out on whether Albie was truly a deadbeat dad, blatantly not involved in his child's life, or if we're going to see something on this documentary that says, I tried to reach out to him here, and here's all these times that he tried to kill me every time, and Kim told me not to. We'll see. The other two are they weren't growing up hip hop. Well, there it is.
Okay. I'm did some research. Okay, now I got something. It says that they have made a statements about Albie sure being a deadbeat. So two other sons.
And are they from the same parent? Like, they from a different mother, obviously, but do they have the same mother or two different mothers? Because if it's two different mothers, that's three different mothers, three different sons, all saying deadbeat. And at the same time, if nothing else, there's two different households. So they didn't both go marry off to a Diddy.
Let me see.
I didn't know he had two other sons. Are they younger or older or what?
They got to be younger, because I think that maybe with Kim, that was his first. Now, him and Kim was never married. Were they? Because some people say they were, some people they say weren't.
I didn't know they were married. I thought they were just exes, as in like they used to date, but I didn't know I never heard that they were married. That's wild. They could have been. I don't know. I will say this. I never knew who Kim Porter was until Kim Porter popped up with Diddy. So I can't speak to what she was on or who she was with or nothing like that. I don't remember her being like a celebrity until then. I know she was a model and stuff, but I didn't follow that space. I'd have been too young for that.
All right. Now, okay, so one is by Cassandra Brown. Or it might be three different.
I'm mad that Just V is trying to justify this man being knocked off because he did not pay child support. She said he deserves it.
Just V.
She's sad. She want this man. She just don't like Lil Al.
Lord have mercy. Let the man.
Let Al live.
Let Al be
Al B still should. I don't think you should have assassination attempt. I don't mean no harm. If I could say that about the incoming person that we gotta have go through an inauguration on the 20th, I don't think nobody should try to kill him or shoot it. Like, what are you talking about? Okay. George Zimmerman. I don't think people should. That there's no justification for that kind of stuff. If he did that to poor Al, and I mean, we saw Al this past time at least. Al was looking bad in that hospital. I don't care what you say.
Yeah,
Al was in bad shape.
Let Al live.
She said child support is important. So is life, Just V. What is wrong with you?
Exactly. Oh, they say it does say him and Kim Porter was married for 1 year.
Oh, very quick. In and out. Kim said no.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna watch it tonight.
His second son, Devin Brown's a hip hop, a publicly dating Nikki Harris.
So Just V said she don't believe a hit was put on him. So what do you think caused him to end up in that hospital? You think he just got pneumonia out of nowhere? or like you think whatever he got that put him in a hospital like that, you think that just is coincidence? To me, there's just too many coincidences for me to keep believing in that many coincidences.
Exactly.
Like at some point, at some point it gets to the point of like, all right, like I don't mean no harm. All the people around him that had that pneumonia situation, like why wouldn't I be seeing pneumonia hit heavy like that everywhere? Why wouldn't all of us have experiences where like, yeah, all these people in my family, they all got hit? Like think about it. Okay, cancer, that's a common disease, heart disease, diabetes. These are things that are common amongst us that almost all of us can say, yeah, I've had a couple people in my family, and yeah, you've had that's a common thing. No, but like if you got one person that's like, yeah, everybody around me just start dropping off from pneumonia left, right, and sideways. That would be something that you would be like, pneumonia, wow. Like, yeah, you do hear it, but not as many, and also so many people that are so young going off of pneumonia around Diddy is weird.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Those other two sons, they're older than Quincy. You mean to tell me when Albie sure had that old ugly crooked nose, he had two babies out there? Lord have mercy.
You know, Al in his heyday, though, you know, he was a hot throb. Let me find out.
Cute. And I didn't think he was cute. The one I thought was cute was the cousin, honey, Christopher Williams, child. Now,
yeah, Christopher Williams was very attractive. He died too. So what about that?
He ain't dead.
Christopher Williams ain't dead? I thought he died.
Don't put my Christopher Williams, girl. Lord have mercy. Y'all is putting
Christopher Williams is still alive. Who is the one that died? Chris who? There's another Chris that definitely did die. Lord, I'm not trying to put somebody else in the grave. My bad. I want you to know that Just V has already said that she is going to host a rally, a free P. Diddy rally. He's innocent. And where were the parents? She said she's hosting all of those for P. Diddy, and she's going to stage a protest outside of the hospital, the jail where he is being held, to say free P. Diddy, because she is really down for him. Like, I'm shocked that she is supporting him right now. And
yeah, girl. Hey, can y'all see that on the screen?
Yes. Can we go ahead and get rid of that?
Y'all see that on the screen?
Yes. Is that a bot?
Okay. Oh no, that's something from what is it? Twitch. So I didn't know if y'all can see. Okay, because I don't think y'all can see the Twitter people. You can't see them in the chat.
Now she's trying to take it back like she's not hosting it. I already saw the flyer going around.
Oh my gosh, she's always suing somebody over here, girl. We like Tasha K, we ain't got it. She always trying to sue somebody from over. I don't get it. She been trying to sue me for like a year or something.
Who?
Professional.
Tasha K is gonna sue somebody. Who's she gonna sue?
She been trying to sue me for being unprofessional. Like, how can you?
Oh, she's suing me for slander. Okay, well, I'll meet you at the courthouse. I'm
in the suit too. I ain't said nothing. I've been Googling.
And I'm gonna call Albie Short as a witness, and Al is gonna take the stand and say that he was not a deadbeat, and Diddy made them kids say it.
And he gonna say he ain't got it. So,
girl, I ain't scared of them lawsuits.
Yeah,
it's 2025. We've seen the outcome of all these lawsuits. You got you trying to put a Jaguar right lawsuit on me. That's what you want, and I'm not here for it.
Let me tell you, everybody. Let me tell you this, okay? I'm in a community state, right? Which means that when you get married and you have 401k and all this extra stuff, whatever, 50-50, right? I was able to have my husband sign his interest away. Okay. So what do you think I care about that damn lawsuit you're talking about? I'm in a community property state, honey. And I had him sign it away.
I'm just saying, tell Al I got $500 for a little concert while he's here, and he'll still put on a show, girl. Because Al still think he got it. Him, Keith Sweat.
Okay.
They still think they hate it. You can't tell them they not still out here. I just want the man to be able to live, to be accountable. Call the law on him then. Get the back child support if you want.
Wait a minute. Hold on, when that change?
I don't even remember but one Al B. Short song, to be honest with you. I don't know too many Al songs. I won't own him like that.
Yeah, I can tell. Yeah, that's about it. Hold on, wait a minute. It's saying that Florida is not a community property state no more.
You think Keith Sweat still got... Girl, Keith be up there drunk as a skunk with that little cup in his hand, straining, veins popping all out his neck, wearing them shiny shirts and shiny pants like he's still back in the day. Keith ain't got it like that. Keith need to
He
lay
ain't
off.
never had it like that to me because one, I don't like the way he hold his head. I don't like the way his head
that neck
hold up.
out.
Yeah, there's something wrong with his head. I don't like, girl. Well, who he married? What the girl name? Lisa Wu. You ain't see how his head shaped. You like that girl?
He married Lisa Wu?
That's what he got. He got
He's
them
what?
from. Yes, ma'am.
He married her before she married that man that she was with on
the football player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. And they got divorced too. Wow, I didn't know she had married. I forgot that.
Yeah. Yeah, she's married to Keith Sweat. You love you some Keith Sweat. Girl, bye. Not no Keith Sweat. You gonna have Keith Sweat. I love his songs, but I don't like the way his head shape, and I don't like that one move he make. And he can't sing to me. I mean, they could have gave him songs to R. Kelly writes his own songs, but they could have gave it to R. Kelly, Aaron Hall, somebody else. Back in the
they were all in the same. A lot of competition was between those three.
Yeah,
because Keith was on his way out, and R. Kelly was still, just getting started.
But girl,
yeah,
what he had hold his head.
Yeah, I gotta jump off here. I'm going back in the chat.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and I'll holler. You gonna watch the documentary? Let me know if you do.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I'll watch it tonight.
All right.
All right, ma'am. Yeah. Girls. So I am home, Gary. You hear me? I'm home, Gary. We gotta keep a watch on what's coming up. I gotta ask Mo if she know. Do she know who Kim Zolciak is from the Housewives of Atlanta? Just I know you know. Did you know that all that stuff was going on between her and Kroy? Ooh. Did anybody know about that? Because I didn't. Man, look him. I didn't know they was calling the cops on each other. I just thought they was having a divorce and it was civilized. I didn't know they was calling the cops on each other. The little kids hollering in the background. I didn't know all that was going on. Oh my gosh, I put so many. I got to go back and watch them clips I threw on that board. A lot of times I be putting that stuff on that board so I can preserve it there and go back and watch it later. Oh my gosh, I didn't know they was cutting up food. They cutting up food, child. I had no idea. Moving accusations and stuff like that. Like, what? Hold on, I'm over here. I want to see this on TMZ. Hold on. Just be, are you when you work out, are you doing butt exercises and stuff? I didn't know that these people was like, I didn't know this. It's crazy.
There was a fight at Kroy Biermann and Kim Zolciak's house last month, and we reported it. We knew it got really bad because
bad enough that one of their kids actually called the police.
911. We didn't know how intense it was until we got the body cam video, which shows Kroy just going off on cops who responded to this 911 call. We're going to play some of it for you. It goes on for a long time.
You're going to hear Kim. You're going to hear first Kroy interacting with one of the officers. There's also an officer talking to Kim, who's sitting in her car and very upset about what has happened at their house that night.
What's going on tonight?
We're just having an argument
About what?
about our life.
Okay, what happened? Why?
It's our life. It's destroyed because this right here does nothing but fuel her. I'm not doing this. This is narcissistic behavior. I'm not doing this.
I'm just trying to figure out what the
There's nothing to do. You shouldn't even be here. Who called you?
Your kids.
Who? What kid?
You have kids? I don't know. Whoever's in the house.
Yeah, we've been outside this whole time.
What was the argument about?
Our life. Our life.
Okay.
And it's destroyed.
Why is it getting so heated?
Because our life is destroyed. What don't you understand? There's no money. There's no house. We're getting divorced one day and we're not the next.
Okay.
She's other men. What do you want?
Just calm down.
Calm down, but I don't have a life.
What's going on, Miss Biermann?
I just he's just been screaming at me for like 2 hours, like a crazy person.
Okay. What was the argument? Why were y'all arguing?
Because I just want to get a divorce. Like, I just want this to be over. He couldn't let me leave this morning. The gate is broke or whatever, so you have to manually open it. He jumped in front of my car. I have all these videos. He's blocking me from leaving. He just started yelling. I said, "Kroy, I have a phone call at 5:30. I can't do this right now." I'm sorry, my nose is moving.
That's fine.
I got to say something. First of all, it is so incredibly sad, and sad especially for their kids.
Well, you think about the fact that whatever was going on, and you can tell how charged up Kroy was, but you got to feel for the kids who are hearing this, and they're resorting to call the phone and call
911.
Right.
And I found it really interesting too, because when you hear him say, "Who called?" and he says, "Your kids,"
He's like, what kids?
Right. I mean, he almost wanted to know which one called. And it's just got to be just incredibly difficult for them.
When we broke this story back in November, we knew from sources close to them that Kim had actually left the house that night with at least one of the kids. They had gone and stayed at a nearby hotel. Now that we're seeing this body camera footage, one of the pieces of the footage, you can actually see Kim packing up, and she's talking to the police, and she's putting her belongings in bags, and, you know, she leaves the house. These are obviously very tense moments, and it's something we've talked about many times on this show, the fact that there aren't reality show cameras following them. I mean, this is obviously a very heartbreaking situation to watch play out. Kroy is obviously very upset, but you, from the TV producer standpoint, would think that this is absolute TV gold.
I don't actually, now I actually understand why they don't want to shoot a show with them.
It's beyond.
Far too intense.
It's beyond.
And it's very real, the issues they're going through. I thought it was interesting that, you know, we've seen them file for divorce and then take it back. He's filed, and then she said, no, we're not getting divorced. It's interesting that that's exactly what's happening in their house.
But that's what I keyed into. And this is what really kind of surprised me. He filed for divorce, but then you hear him say, one day she wants to get divorced, another day she doesn't. It's almost like she's now in control of whether they get divorced or not, but he's the one that filed the divorce petition.
Right.
So it's very confusing, to be honest with you. I don't understand, if he's the one that says, I want this marriage to end, why is she the one kind of controlling the narrative on one day it's on, one day it's off? I don't get that.
You also heard him make an accusation there about Kim sleeping with other people. I have no idea if that's where it's gotten to, but if he believes that that's happening, then you understand why this is just an untenable situation for them to remain in the same house, even though they're in the same household. They've already been told by a judge they have to live in separate parts of the house.
It's like putting a line down the middle.
But it's clearly not helping.
And as we've said, you know, sources close to them have told us all the backs and forths. You know, it's one day they're doing fine, they're back together, they both think they're going to call off the divorce, and then it's the complete opposite. I mean, at one point a couple months ago, we were even reporting from people close to them that they were getting along and things were going really well. But then 24 hours later, it can be a complete right into this kind of moment for Kim or Kroy, depending on the day. And it's the complete opposite. It's really all over the place.
Hi, this is Susan calling from Palm Springs, California. Kroy is truly unhinged, and someone needs to separate these two before something really, really bad happens. And the true victims in all this are their children. I just feel so terrible for them.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's wow when you hear it.
Oh, wait a minute, that's last.
Heather McDonald.
Let me see. It's some recent video that has come out, child. Hold on. Okay. I mean, this is what we're trying to prevent Travis from going through, honey. Kim Zolciak is a hoe. I mean, we know Kim. And we know when she got that young boy, Kroy.
Hey, what's going on?
How are you? So
Good.
I'm a moving company.
Okay.
I come out here to move, her stuff or whatever they got going on, or I don't know what their marriage situation is.
Okay.
He blocked me and said I couldn't leave.
Okay. Yeah, as I say, you can do that. I mean, you're about to leave?
Yeah, we're done.
Okay.
About to leave.
Kroy, my ex-husband, is trying to block everything. He's locked me out of the door.
Okay. What is the legal situation here? Because I think there was a point that you guys were like, so there's some like a legal litigation going on that people are trying to move out, and some people could not move some stuff. What was the deal?
Kroy stole a bunch of stuff, and so I'm just getting out like the treadmill's mine. And
okay, so it was any like
So I have a document that says, what some of it's like obviously irrelevant at this point because there's no purses because he stole them all. But you know things.
Okay, where's Kroy?
He's sitting over here on my China cat. We're coming here to the left.
Okay, hey, right now, sir. Hey, I'm Sergeant for the Milton PD. So what's going on?
Well, this individual here seems to think that everything belongs to her.
Okay.
And they continue to empty out this house with property that belongs to me.
We have a court order for some items that are mine. I own the majority of this furniture before I ever met her.
Okay.
Like my office, the dining room, all sorts of things. When I went to LA a couple of weeks ago, I came home and he stole a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
Every pot pan out. Yeah, it's 3 full kitchens, pots and pans, you name it, it's gone. So I started to move my stuff out.
Okay.
And that's mine.
Listen, man. You guys are married?
Yeah, we're going through a divorce.
So you're still married, though?
Yes.
Okay.
And he has harassed this company so many times. I go to sleep and he moves.
So this your moving truck right now?
Yes.
Okay.
And this has happened 3 other times.
Yes, ma'am. You cannot prevent this truck from leaving.
I can if it's full of my stuff.
Well, as I said, I can't prove that it's yours or hers.
Right.
Okay, so at this point, this person can't. I don't want you to get in trouble for preventing a person from leaving your property if they're here legally.
Their bodies can leave. That truck's not leaving.
Well, that truck can leave.
It cannot leave my property once.
Well, as I said, that's the
there's no law.
but there's
no law that states anything about that.
But it's her property as well.
It's my property.
It's her property as
It's
well.
my property.
Well, okay, but I guess you can't prevent that truck from leaving, sir.
I can't prevent that truck. It's on my property. So if it pulls down on that property, it's down on my property.
That's not
There's
that's
no law that says
that truck is not yours.
There's no law that says I cannot.
That truck is
Private property.
that truck is not yours.
I know.
That truck
Everything on it is.
at this point, okay, there's no paperwork.
Right. But what's the law of that truck?
Can I talk?
I'm asking for the law.
Okay, can I talk?
Yes. You can.
Okay, so this truck came over here
Correct.
with your wife's or ex-wife request, right? So this is as much as her property, it is yours.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay, listen, ma'am, I don't know exactly what's going on because it's the first time I've been here. But what I understand is that there is a process that is going on right now between you and your ex-husband or soon to be ex-husband about the divorce, about something that in the past he could not remove any furniture from the house.
Let's start.
And as I said, I'm not.
I went to LA and I came home to nothing.
Okay, listen.
This is just
Listen. Just because he. Just because he did, do you believe that he did something that he shouldn't do?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, well.
Oh, I thought you were asking me. I'm sorry.
No. Can I finish talking, please?
Yes.
If you believe that he did something that he was not supposed to do, that's you have a legal representation, correct? So you contact your legal representation, advise that he is in the contempt of the court order, and you go from there. Same thing I explained to him. If this is contempt of the court order, he has to file the same thing.
It's almost over. I'm moving.
Okay, but again, it doesn't matter if it is about there's one piece of furniture left. It doesn't matter. You guys have to come to an agreement because at this
I'm a very
point,
rational person, sir.
Because
The
at
police
this-
have not. They called for Kroy. They didn't call for me.
I understand what I'm saying is that the whole situation is coming because there are two adults that cannot come to an agreement. And again, there's a reason why there is a
Because
court
he doesn't
order
like what's done to him.
because there's a court order in place, and you guys have to obey what the judge said, what the judge signed.
Lord, Kroy. Travis, you better pay attention, baby, because this could be you. What is this one?
Yeah, do you want to come over here with me?
No, because last time I did that, he started taking all my shoes and running.
Well, we're here, so nobody's gonna install. All right.
Come on. I've been out of town for a week working.
Yes, ma'am.
And he's removed a bunch of belongings.
Okay.
And he's stolen my laptop or my iPad. He's stolen all sorts of stuff out of the storage unit. I'm just trying to get my clothes and my shoes out of here and be done. I have my U-Haul back on its way here with 2 guys. I've been unloading my stuff, and that's what he did.
So he stole your laptop?
He stole my iPad. He stole all this stuff out of my storage unit downstairs, which is my private access. I'm trying to look for the attachment right now that I have access to the thing Monday through Friday. And he's not allowed to be in here from 9 to 3.
Okay. And where does it say he's not supposed to be?
I'm trying to get them on the phone right this second.
Okay.
Let me call Dan now. So I'm just trying to get my stuff. That's all I want. I just want my clothes and my stuff, which is rightfully mine, and to get out.
All right.
And until I get my iPad back and the stuff he stole from me, he won't get his laptop back from me. It's not, I don't operate like this. I'm tired of being stolen from.
So you took his laptop, and he took your phone, but you took
He
his
took my
laptop? Or
iPad. He's taken my cameras out of my room. He's
Okay.
broken into my room. I have it all documented.
It's all lies.
I have it. He jerked off. Want me to show you the jerk off video of him jerking off on my camera?
Pathological liar.
I'll show you guys.
He's a pathological liar.
No, I'm.
Let's just work on getting paperwork.
Cameras were in this
Yeah,
room.
you want to come over here just a little bit?
Were spying on me for.
No, it
Because
wasn't
we're-
spying.
I wanna-
I watched you
ma'am.
grab him and move
Those
him.
cameras were in this
Because I want to
room.
get this done as civilly
I
as
just- okay.
possible.
I just wanna grab my
understand.
stuff.
I understand.
That's
I
it.
understand that.
That's it. I'm just
So-
looking for a court order.
If all she wants is the stuff out of the closet, can she just take it?
Well, that would be good. As long as she's taking her stuff, I'm good with that, but I need to file a police report. As long as she's not touching any of like the things I need to work and function as a human.
Yeah, no,
That's fine.
Which side of the closet is hers? Which side yours?
That side's hers, so I don't care about any of her stuff.
So as long as she doesn't go to the right.
And it's not technically her stuff, but she can take all of the female stuff.
Yeah, we'll be right there.
But I need to file, I have video footage of her last night in this room. She's not allowed to be in this room. And she stole my laptop and documentations, and I have video footage for the theft. So I don't know how to handle that.
Where you guys are on the divorce? Or are you still technically married right now?
We're still technically married.
Thank you, Big Papa. Y'all remember that?
All right.
She's just grabbing all your
I
stuff.
just want all my belongings.
No, I'm just saying the clothes out of the
Clothes and the
closet.
shoes, and that's it.
He says he doesn't care as long as you take all the female stuff.
That's all I want.
All right.
Why don't
You want to do that?
So I'm waiting on the bin. The bins are going to be here now. I was trying to do
Well,
the
do you want
boxes.
to, how about this? How about you take all the female stuff and move them out so y'all aren't together?
I-
Let's separate as much as possible,
You
okay?
guys, you know the shoe
And then let's take
I understand. So
Kroy-
let's separate as
Can
much
you
as
guys stay
possible.
here? I have some boxes
Why don't you take
downstairs.
Kroy to the kitchen
Yeah.
and go talk
Yeah.
to him about the legs?
So if you want to stay with them, take all your stuff and then kind of separate y'all.
You stole my iPad.
All right, so she
Sir.
can start grabbing all that out. Can you go with him?
Sir,
talk
you wanna
to
come
him
with me?
about the laptop stuff? And she's gonna start moving all the stuff out.
You can talk on the phone, but you got to walk this way.
I did.
All right, man.
Well, they're here right now, and so.
I want my, oh, I don't have the ladder up here though. Oh, I just want my iPad back, my cameras back, and.
Well, here's the thing, just so you know.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying we're on a limited time. Because
Ooh, I love
That's
it.
fine. If you want to start
Wow,
putting your
honey.
shoes in the bin and then.
Yeah.
and if you want to put everything outside.
Oh, you got some
Last time you
yeah.
guys, do you remember that I busted my, it's just too much. This is just too much. Let me,
Well, I like that Nike hat.
the problem is all this marital stuff. When he takes my phone, there's nothing I can do. Like, it's all, just the judge says it too, like it's marital.
No, and I understand that. But and here's the thing too, like obviously us, we're supposed to be used for emergency.
Right, no, I
purposes
told him that. I
everything.
told him that, but I knew this was gonna happen. And he gets very volatile.
No,
Last
no,
night he pushed
what
me.
I'm trying to say is the reason why we're on a time crunch here is because not that, but we do have a whole city we have to cover. And
I'm embarrassed
typically,
to call you.
typically this is something that if you do one or two things in the future, you could either contact the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, make an appointment, that way they can have a dedicated deputy out here with the phone you need.
Oh, wait.
Or-
Call who? One more time?
Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Sure. Okay. Oh.
Or the other option is, you can call Sergeant Scott Mulvey, and ask for a officer off duty.
Oh, can I
The
call
only-
him right
only-
now for that?
Well, that's the thing, that has to be something set up for a later date. And when that happens is you're gonna have to, there's a fee that you'll have to pay to do the officer to work here off duty. So those are your two options.
Wow. Yeah, Travis, baby, this is what you're gonna be looking for.
Yeah, you want to come?
Just be, he is not. Just be. He's losing his marriage because he married someone that he never should have married. You know, how Kim do. You know about Kim. Come on now. You know how Kim does. Drain them pockets, baby. And I feel, sorry for both of them. This young man, this was crazy. I was shaking my head, in the beginning. Hold on. Okay, wait a minute. I got something radar online I can show. When he first married her, I was like, oh no. And this is what this is what your family tell you about these type of people. When he first married her, first ready-made family, she had 2 babies. She was what, 3, 4? I don't know how many years older she was than him, but he was younger. I think he was 20 something. Okay, young. You can tell he was just, he got him a little celebrity or whatever. Picture happiness. Just rainbows and all this other extra shit. I was shaking my head then. Kroy. And I developed a likeness for Kim, but I know it kind of, she done been with a big papa and all them other kind of men, the women and all kinds of goddamn people, okay? Everybody. I be wanting those type of hoes to leave those innocent little young. Yeah, and although when I say innocent, I don't mean like they virgins and stuff like that. That's not what I mean. Okay. I mean that innocent compared to what she's used to. Like, he was at a celebrity, yep, and she met him at it was a little charity, yeah, exactly. Y'all remember that? I couldn't believe it that they was going through. And let me tell you this, right? Because I fell off with that Toddy for the party. So I saw like maybe 3 seasons of that mess, and I was just over it, right? Well, so, and after a while, after they had done, had them kids, because she had, was all the kids she had from him boys? Because she had 2 sets of twins, right? Were all of them boys? That's what I'm trying to find out. Let me see. Kim Zolciak. Kids. He adopted kids that's damn near old as he. Child, my family would have passed the hell out. They've been on the ground stretched out. Oh my gosh. personal life. His daughter, Ariana Lene. Zosia posted she is bisexual and that she dated DJ Tracy. In 2010, she met Kroy at a Dancing with Atlanta Stars, and then it made it on season 3 Atlanta House with a couple. They have 4 children: Kroy, Jagger, Cash, Okaya, Rose, and Kane. So she does have another girl. Okay, good. I hope that's a girl. Hold on, let me see. Kaya Rose gotta be a girl. Okay. I mean, he adopted practically grown ass kids in 2013. She married this and that daughter. 2001. Okay, that one was 12. So Brielle. Okay, Brielle born in 97. Like, oh my gosh, child, it's just too much. That was too much. And you got to think about it. Men, far as, they say women are more advanced than men by a few years. Now, that's just a regular woman. Kim is a super hoe. Smoking cigarettes and all kinds of stuff. Now, I come out my little southern bag now. This gonna be Travis Hunter in a few years. I'm gonna wait for it. I ain't wishing it I want him to get a nice little girl, that likes him for him in the beginning, somebody that, ain't been all on them videos, rubbing the man down and all this here, and the man singing and songs, talking up under her clothes and shit. Don't make me go there, because I still get him. But that's a Florida boy. We have to take our own. Mama out to lunch.
My dad's claiming he didn't call. My mom's claiming she didn't call. I don't really know what.
Okay. Where are they at?
In the master.
Okay. You have them come out here, please.
Are they having issues today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I called too, and then I hung up. But I called for I think they're in a deep conversation. I told them that you guys were here, but they said that they don't really need anything now. So
Okay. We're just required to make sure everybody's all right.
Oh.
So we really have to
see them
because do the history.
I know.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
And if you called, so you called for a reason, right?
Well, I just heard chaos, and my first instinct now
Right.
is just to call 911 instead of inserting myself in the drama. So.
What did you hear going on?
Just mumbling of a suitcase. We're supposed to leave to LA today, me and my mom.
Okay.
And so now I just changed our flights to tomorrow. But I could just hear chaos, and I was asleep, and it woke me up.
Okay.
So
Yelling, or
I couldn't even mumble or make out what the mumble was. It was just a lot of fuck yous and whatever. So
Yeah.
I don't think I saw. I mean, I didn't see anything physical. I don't think my sister saw anything physical. It's just.
Yeah.
Now when I'm home, I want to call 911 instead of insert myself in this. So.
No, absolutely. Yeah, and that's why. So
Yeah, due to the history, we got it. So we came out because there's a 911 hang up. So if you called and hung up, or if it was the home phone, somebody called and hung up, and then so we just got to make sure.
That was probably me and Kaya. Kind of all just like, if you see anything, know to call 911 so someone's like alerted instead of it all being hearsay.
Yeah, for sure. Well, if you could just tell them that we just need to put eyes on them and have them come out real quick. It won't take long.
I'm trying to pack and do this and get out my suitcase, so that's all. So I'm mad.
Yeah.
All good. We just
Took my wigs, took my suitcases, and that's it's just whatever, but we're fine.
Yeah.
When there's an hour,
I'm leaving.
Initial plan, put eyes on you guys and make sure everything's good.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
Just trying to get the line again.
Who called today? Just someone from the.
Okay, but I was yelling.
How old is Kaya? Yeah.
Yeah, the oldest. Yeah, she heard me yelling, but she know. I mean, obviously we're trying to. Yeah. So.
Okay. I mean, I can tell you guys.
I'm trying to just get on my flight, man.
Yeah, so like, I guess she changed all flights for tomorrow, but.
Yeah, that's what she said. That's what she
You
said.
staying here, and we're taking off with.
I'm trying. Yeah, and then I'm in Colombia for 3 weeks. Fucking working for 3 weeks. So
You're not going to be here for 3 other weeks.
Okay.
September 11th, I'm out.
If you have any problems, you need to stand by while you pack or anything.
Fucking idiot on top of all this.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, what did she do, right? She got that boy in so much debt. Okay, remember? So much debt. Because, you know, Kim can spend it, baby. I was going shopping with Kim from here. Understand what I'm saying? I was shopping through her eyes. I'm like, spend it, Kim. Spend it, honey. Oh, I likes that. Spend that. You know what I'm saying? You know, but she was trash, right? Just trash, honey. So, and there's a difference. There's a difference between trash and people who do trashy shit. That's a difference, okay? She's trash. And she got the boy in all that debt. How long? I mean, it wasn't that much longer. Then he saw his NFL career come to the end, right? He was on the Falcons. This man is outside in his driveway hollering and screaming at the cops that he's in debt. Why you think he would be screaming at her? Because he said, remember, whatever you like, Kim, whatever you like, whatever you like, whatever you like. This is a, hey, my pumpkin toy, what up, toy? Hey, toy. Just we said white people are different. We call because they was cussing. Yes, honey. This is what I'm talking about. I mean, but Travis, we're gonna be there to pick you up because your mama is MIA. What? I mean, like, why she let that boy go? Let that boy have that girl up there in college with him. Like, I get mad thinking about it. I'm not gonna do that. Oh, they said Method Man arrested and charged with assault after catching his daughter ex-boyfriend lacking at the gym. Oh Lord, let me see if we got some TMC on that. Ooh. Wait a minute. Method Man. Well, let me see if I can finish. Let me finish Kim and Kroy first. It's a bunch of more video than that because I found a bunch more today that I can play. You know, I like to play like TMZ and stuff like that. You know, you ain't gonna get hit. But girl. Okay, I didn't hear this one. Hold on. All right, some crazy stuff. Oh, Bethany drags them. Oh, wait a minute. I got a few more. Mm-mm. Ooh. Rihanna apparently banned Kim Kardashian and her family from the Met Gala. Well, how she did that? Hold on, y'all. Let me see. Yeah, I have more. I got a whole pack on the wall, and I include like videos from other people they've done on Kim and Kroy because I was surprised. I didn't know. Oh, baby. Oh, hold on. Kroy tells how Kim gambled 1.5 million. Oh yeah. Yeah. Somebody get me that little boy on this line. Cause you would not be Kroy. You ain't gonna be Kroy. Like, let me and I'm just having fun with y'all today. I appreciate y'all. I sure enough feels having fun. Look at my just. We ain't seen just. But just got that notification. Just came on through. Hey, my baby just. My baby just and my baby toy. That's my toy. Hey, my toy. My toy. In my mouth. Daniel and Smarter. Hey, Pumpkins. Okay. I want to Kroy Biermann's NFL career. Because I'm telling you, it seemed like as soon as she came in, he was out. How long he stayed? How long he played? You talking about y'all want to protect black men? Yeah. Protect them from the hoes. Okay, Atlanta Falcons. He was 154th overall. Good grief. I don't even understand what all that stuff be meaning because I'm trying to figure that out. I'm trying to learn because I ain't really no football manual. I got to do this, on my own. But I think 154, that's a long time. That's they might get drafted like the next day when it ain't on the screen. Method Man has been detained, and so Busta Rhymes turned himself in for hitting the assistant. Method Man got in an altercation with his daughter. Yeah, that's what I was reading. But I'm trying to go in order. I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to it. Because this is our current events, honey, portion of the live. Because we wants to know what we doing. But okay. Let's listen to this mess. Yeah, that boy got the, oh my gosh. I don't want him to go through all of this. That's all I'm saying. Cause that was real. And the daughter been cussing before she was 18, honey. Before she was 18. The daughter. That's what I'm saying. The daughter was just as grown as Kroy. Like, that's too much.
Yeah, what's going on? Good.
Okay, we done seen this one. Okay, we done seen this one. So, seen that one. Okay. I had to get my How to do this? Okay. This one.
I love you, but I just like my heart, like tugging, like no.
Ariana Biermann seemingly reacting to mom Kim Zolciak's cryptic post.
I physically don't have any fucking words. What? What?
The former Real Housewives of Atlanta star made waves online Monday, sharing a black and white picture with her estranged husband, Kroy Biermann, on Instagram. The caption, R.I.P., accompanied by a broken heart emoji, misleading fans to believe Kroy died.
You guys, I had about a damn heart attack when I went on my Instagram.
But thankfully, the 38-year-old former NFL pro is still very much alive. It's all a bit of clickbait capitalism on Kim's part. Sources tell ET Kim gets a kickback on money earned from the links she shares.
I mean, it's drama.
Secondhand embarrassment stays through the roof. Let's see what's coming next week.
Yeah, the whole thing seems to be a bit much for Kim's second eldest daughter, Ariana. She never flat out says what she's referring to, but it's implied Kim's latest stunt threw her for a loop.
The DMs that I'm getting as well, like before I even saw the story, and I'm like, yeah, that. What would you do in this situation?
Kim and Kroy met in 2010. Their meet-cute captured by Real Housewives of Atlanta cameras.
Can I just be honest with you? I've never in my whole life seen an ass like that.
Yeah?
We were all sitting at the table. I was like, 10, 10. I just had to tell you. Do I think he'll call me? Duh. Would you call me?
The couple eventually married. Fans saw all the romantic details in a televised wedding special.
This is a moment I've waited my entire life for.
And as they welcomed 4 little ones, they kept documenting their lives on their Bravo series, Don't Be Tardy.
There's a lot of noise in our house. I mean, from crying babies to screaming KJ to Brielle wanting something. I mean, it's just chaotic. I will shoot it as long as Bravo allows me to. We really have a great time. It's a dream job. I get paid to film with my family. I don't think it gets any better than that.
But in February 2023, news broke that Kim and Kroy's home was in foreclosure.
Sometimes fame and money do change people, but God can take it from you as quick as he gave it to you.
A few months later, the couple filed for divorce after 11 years of marriage.
Being married to a football player is not always easy.
The pair's separation has been rife with conflict, from allegations of unpaid bills to all sorts of personal drama. Kim filing papers demanding Kroy be drug tested, and Kroy claiming Kim is a compulsive gambler.
Why does this noise make my heart beat so fast?
In court docs obtained by ET, Kroy says Kim's bad money habits left them financially devastated.
Well, I told
Neither Kim nor Kroy have commented on the claims beyond their legal filings. It appears the former couple is far from resolving their beef.
Secondhand embarrassment stays through the roof.
But we hope Kim and Kroy settle their differences, if only for the sake of Ariana's skyrocketing heartbeat.
I love you, but I just, like, my heart, like, tugging, like, no.
Kids those kids was grown as him when he stepped in the door. It was one I saw today where the kid was hollering, telling Kim she's the worst mother. That's crazy. I agree with him. Let me find that one. Mm-hmm. I told you they was in financial ruin because of her, and I ain't know nothing about their this situation. This is what I'm talking about. Oh, they was, remember they was so in love. He 39 and she 46. Oh, goodness. I bet you I ain't be able to play it. Darn. This is somebody else content. Damn, I can't play it because it's somebody else's content. But listen here. The kid hollered out, "You are the worst mother, child. You are the worst mother." Like, and we all know how Kim was acting when she was on. It was one of the sons, one of the little kids. I think they say he was 12. He said, "You are the worst mother." Yeah. Let me. I'll try to go back and put that in the chat. Mm-hmm.
Hate all show.
Hold on. This is
No go. I hate fronting.
It's Bethany.
Pay your.
You know, I'm no fan of Bethany's. I'm not a fan of Bethany's anymore because I'm a Jill. What's Jill last name? I'm a Jill fan, and I really, and not just because of that. Of course, I analyze them separately or whatever. And it's just some stuff about Bethany I don't like.
Hate all show and no go. I hate fronting and stunting. Pay your bills. That's all I have to say. Pay your bills.
Bethany Frankel has a message for Kim Zolciak and Kroy Biermann.
Look how she dressed.
It's drama.
ET can confirm that the former NFL pro filed for divorce last week from the Real Housewives of Atlanta alum after 11 years of marriage. Just hours after it came out that the pair owes $1.1 million in taxes.
You know, sometimes fame and money do change people, but God can take it from you as quick as he gave it to you.
Now, Bethany, a fellow former housewife, is weighing in, and she's not holding back.
I heard Kim and Kroy owe $1 million each, and it's like, good. Pay the IRS. You gotta pay. You want to play? You gotta pay.
The Real Housewives of New York alum posted that clip to TikTok, explaining that she thinks Kim got caught up in being on the Bravo franchise.
People call me a gold digger, but they just want what I have.
They've always been people who seem like they're spending more than they have. He's on a football salary. She's on a housewife's salary, and they're spending like the plane's going down. And the thing is, you can't spend more than you make. And it's the old housewives model to get on the show, make no money, spend, logo, car, house, bankruptcy, foreclosure, because you can't keep up. You're writing checks you can't cash, and it's gross.
The filing comes 2 months after Kim and Kroy's home mysteriously escaped the auction block at the 11th hour.
This is my favorite room in the whole house. It's called the Hollywood room. And this is actually my girls' TV room. I am obsessed with this room.
At the time, ET learned the house was in foreclosure after the couple defaulted on their $1.65 million loan.
I did put some bling on my chairs. Y'all know I love my bling.
The two share 6 children. Their parents to Kroy Jr., Cash, and twins Kaya and Kane. Plus, Kroy adopted Kim's now adult daughters from a previous relationship, Brielle and Ariana.
From day one, I've had a connection with Brielle and Ariana, and it's just continued to grow.
ET can confirm Kroy filed for divorce on Friday.
A lot has changed.
The reason? According to docs obtained by ET, Kroy separated from Kim on the terms that the marriage is irretrievably broken. Now, a source tells ET that people close to the couple are in complete shock, adding no one saw this coming. Kim and Kroy have always come off as couple goals and seemed so in love. ET has reached out to Kim for comment. But back to Bethany, who's been through a messy split of her own. The skinny girl entrepreneur shared these final words.
These two, we're so perfect and we're so in love and we have all this money and we're spending and the diamonds and the this and the filters and the kids and everything. And then when the goes sideways, you invited us in when it was going good and it looked like a fairy tale. Well, guess what? We're coming out with you too. So no one's going to respect your privacy at this time. And I think I get particularly lit when people spend what they don't have. It's like up the whole system. It's like with the IRS. Like you pay your bills.
While we're here, can you do us a favor? If he opens that door, will you please not create and exacerbate the issue or create another issue? Can you go in, get whatever you need, and then come back out without causing another issue? Well, then I can't help you. Sir, it's hard for me to hear.
We can't really force one way or the other. So what we're trying to get is at least the important stuff. Issue if nobody can compromise.
Wait, how do I solve this problem?
Well, I know y'all have attorneys, so you need to talk to your attorneys about any legal.
Well, this is new. I've been living in the master. This is the first night he decided because I asked him to please file. Finally did.
So it's just a sticky situation for us because it's also his property.
There's no manipulation. I don't want to be with Kroy. I've not wanted to be with Kroy for a very long time. This is why we're at where we're at. I just want to sleep in my bed. You can obviously see it's not a joke. Like, I'm not a dog. I've been sleeping in my daughter's room for 3 months.
Yeah, I get that, but that's where we need to come up with some type of compromise.
I've always been compromised.
I understand, but throughout the whole process, you're gonna have to compromise a little bit here and there, okay? So we can't just kick in the door and force them to let you sleep in there. That's just gonna make the situation worse for you when we leave.
Look, ma'am, so what we do is mediation. Either if you want to get some things out of there, I need you to agree because he's not gonna open that door if you don't agree. Listen to me, if you do not provide access to that, sir, if you continue down this road, it's not going to go well.
What's it gonna do? Where's it gonna go?
Because you are now making me feel very uncomfortable and unsafe.
I didn't do anything to you.
I need you to calm down.
This is your police tactic. I'm not oblivious to what you do. You want me to open the door for my safety to be in jeopardy?
I want you to open the door so that you can show me your hand so that I can be clear of your intentions. Your safety will not be in jeopardy.
You're saying that, but you're not saying here all that.
You can close the door after we leave.
But she's gonna be in here. And who's gonna remove her?
She has agreed to not stay in that room. She has agreed to go in and get the property and come back out.
And you believe her? So you know it?
Look, sir, it doesn't matter. I'm here to resolve the issue.
We have to come up with some kind of compromise. You're taking her side when you're not listening to me.
I've been listening to you for the past 10 minutes, sir. I've been listening to you for the past 10 minutes, sir.
I would like to have stuff that's important to your health.
Yeah, right.
Okay, that's the priority, okay?
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry about that. I don't know how that happened. Did he do that?
I think
You can do it from the kitchen. My comforter, like our blanket.
What am I supposed to do about the door that's now wide open downstairs? She drilled out, but I now have to my safety for it.
You can screw it shut. There's any number of things that you can do.
Screw it shut while I leave this open to go get my screws so she comes barging in here later. This is wild, man.
You guys got to work that stuff
This is
out.
wild that I can get into my master to get my own stuff.
Let's see, I'm surprised we even got all this.
On the highway. He could be possibly
He knows it. It's red as shit and huge, as you can see. And he knows that. It's a silver container of cream. He knows it. I want my silver container of cream. That's it.
This is the last thing.
This is it. I promise. I need my cream.
Mr. Biermann, we have one last item to request.
I need my
There is
cream.
a silver container of net cream that she's requesting. It's under the sink, she says.
Oh, it's in a drawer.
Oh, in a drawer. She said that it's not there.
It is there. I used it this
Look,
morning.
he gave us even the comforter and stuff, so I find it hard to believe he's like, no, I'm not gonna get that.
Could you humor me and take another glance, see if it's somewhere else?
Do what?
This is crazy.
That's why he won't
We appreciate you being reasonable and grabbing the other things that we asked for.
This is crazy. Remember, they were so in love, honey.
Problem's been going on for pretty much our entire marriage, but it's got significantly worse.
But I
to the
mean, as
point-
far as, right.
So basically, the last 2.5 years, she's gambled away about $700,000 just in the last 2.5 years. Total in the marriage, probably about $1.5 million.
Okay.
And she does it online illegally, and so that's a major process that I'm dealing with the process of the divorce. I just retained a lawyer today. I have to go pay them tomorrow.
Okay, that's more. That was more of my question, yeah, right there, because I wanted to hone down like how much longer you guys are being forced to be like here.
The problem is these are the assets. There are no assets to go to an apartment. She has decimated everything.
Are you guys separate at night in different rooms and that sort of thing right now?
She has tried.
Trying to.
So the narcissist comes through and she does things to try to get me to react. So she thought it'd be cute to go hide in the house. I don't give a fuck. Went to bed, had no issues. That lasted for 2 nights. Then the night that you guys showed up here, she was on the. Please just get out. I want to shower. I want to go to bed. Don't care where you go. Don't care who you're talking to. Don't care where you sleep. So we sleep next to each other. Our bed is like a $15,000 bed. The mattress that we lay on, it's for my body. For we do things, and I'm not going to sleep on a couch, and absolutely not. But I don't engage with her. I don't do anything.
I was injured in Iraq, and I got you. Oh no, appreciate it, brother. I was just saying.
Please, he's fucking crazy.
Yeah. Well,
I have my mom on the phone.
Okay.
She's like, my mom. Like, I should have called you guys like a thousand times before.
It's okay.
But I didn't because I didn't want this to be in the news.
Yeah.
My
Is there
dog's crazy. My dog's crazy. Hold on. Okay, come. Okay, come.
He's fine. Is there a light we can turn on and step over here? It's okay. Okay. Okay.
Oh my God.
Take a couple breaths. Good. Yeah, wherever you're comfortable.
Now this guy's doing. Don't. He won't bite you. Don't stop it. Stop it.
Okay, so what's
6-year-old like, Mom, I should fucking he locks me out of the house. He steals my car.
okay? What happened tonight? Just whenever you get a chance.
Yeah, it's okay. It wasn't even bad, to be honest with you. But I said last night, like, I'm gonna call 911. Like, I've had enough. I can't keep doing this every day of my life.
Yeah.
So he must have heard me last night say that. So I wouldn't get out of the bathroom. I said, no, I deserve to be in this bathroom. He's like, get out. I want to take a shower. But he locks me out and I can't get back in. So I wouldn't leave.
So it started because he thought you were calling the police.
No,
As far as tonight, what?
no, tonight. Hello? Yeah, he can
Yeah,
hear the
I'm
officers
listening.
here.
Okay. He has been so
Like, something's wrong with his mind. Something's not right with him.
ugly.
Like, I'm serious. Like,
And he has been following her around
screaming, like, in my face.
the
Like,
house,
this.
and she went down to the basement bedroom
chain. I put a chain around the door with a lock, and he fucking took like cutters or something.
Been aggressive, and aggressive.
Like the Chapel Roan song says, Kim Zolciak and Kroy Biermann are taking their Thanksgiving dinner hot to go, because they gotta go out of their Georgia home like now.
They have to be out of the house in less than a week.
Yes, after failing to pay their mortgage, growing ever deeper in debt, and trying in vain to sell their home at a discount, Kim and Kroy are finally in foreclosure, with their house set for auction this Tuesday.
So we got video of moving trucks at their house, these 2 moving trucks. So they're packing up the house.
Or that's just Kim's Christmas shopping. We're looking at you, Kim Zamex. But no, they're definitely moving to,
Where they're going is unclear.
What the question is, are they going together?
Right.
Yes. Is they can't afford first and last month rent twice?
You think they're going to live together? They have separate entrances in one house.
which they have to explain to cops every time they call them on each other.
So is the court order he's allowed in the house but not down there?
Kroy probably hasn't been down there in quite a while. As for their new living arrangements,
There's no way the bank would let them buy a house.
well, not now, but Kroy is working, having just landed a job as a coordinator at a Georgia crane company. Guess he's trying to lift the family out of debt.
Okay, that's a start.
Why have they not declared bankruptcy and just wiped the slate clean?
I don't understand that.
I mean, if there's ever, it's like bankruptcy should be Kim and Kroy court.
They should waltz in. The judge will be like, "We've been expecting you." Yeah.
So, Kim and Kroy, happy Thanksgiving! Well, Thanksgiving!
Hello, and welcome to the TMC podcast. I'm Charlie Neff.
I'm Derek Kaufman.
Wow, Derek in the house.
Must be something legal today. If you're sitting me in
Lots
this
of legal
seat,
things today.
that's right. We got a
Lots-
lot to cover.
Absolutely. So some big stories we just broke on the website. We're going to be starting off with
Oh, y'all, I'm trying to. This crazy. I didn't even know that they were like going through all of this. I really didn't. Okay. Man. Method Man. I need to have like a little have a alerts from like one of them current event people. Oh man, please don't let all of it be. No. Come on. Let me see if I can get it from some kind of news channel. Okay, wait a minute. Let me see what TMZ, because TMZ is denying it. So, TMZ is denying the story. They said Method Man is denying the story. Okay, let me see, because that's not what we getting. What is this? Yeah, they said that didn't happen. He's denying it. He's denying it. Can't play Forgotten Kings. Who else? Sure, y'all. There we have it. So we're about to get on that. What happened to the documentary review board, y'all? Only half the information specialist is submitting information. We're gonna watch this Diddy documentary, okay, on Peacock or wherever. And can we assemble at some point to break it down? I'm gonna hit you up. We're gonna talk about it. And talking about it offline. Because I usually stay up on my Diddy documentaries. Did anybody see the Sean Atwood documentary? That's on Max. It's called Sons of Ecstasy. If you like documentaries about the mafia, that would be interesting, especially if you see Sean in some, look like he on that George Bush kind of stuff, not sexuality, but he was like involved in like them rage places and stuff. With a club, they be raging and stuff like that. Child. It's called Sons of Ecstasy. Watch that too, honey. Anywho, I'm about to bounce. Hopefully we can do a deep dive and find out like everything that led Wendy to her particular situation, and therefore we can kind of figure out if that's one that she can get out of. Because if y'all pay attention, listen, what I always tell you when it comes to analyzing, you got to analyze for what's there and what's not there. In this case, what's being said and what's not. They talk a lot about trying to get from up under this lady, right? Sabrina Morrissey. Yet they didn't list or say anything like going back to court was an option. They didn't give us no options. So is it even something that she can overcome, right? I mean overcome whatever level of guardianship she's on right now, or have a final determination been made in her case. She didn't give us any options as to how she can undo her situation. I mean, does she have to, if it was a situation where, okay, they said they would reevaluate me in a certain amount of time, and they haven't as of yet, and blah, 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 blah. I feel like she would have alluded to that. Somebody would have said something about that. It seems like they're trying to drum up support from the public in order to put outside pressure on the courts. No, I'm just, this is how we do. It's how we figure stuff out. Maybe, and I keep telling y'all, you ain't gonna get nothing done without a movement. And those people are smart because they know that's what it needs. Some kind of way, whatever side y'all advocate for, whatever, depending on what your position is, whatever, should have had a movement. And you're talking about pardons and things of that nature. Listen, there's two ways. President can skip the normal process of pardon and, wait for the application to be recommended by the boards that review the applications before it gets passed on to the president. The president can act alone and select, R. Kelly, whoever he wants to pardon. But if nobody's out there making noise, stating the facts, this, that, and there, whatever, how's he even going to know that, this is a person, in your opinion, that should be pardoned? Advocacy works. That's how you get a lot of bills. That's how we get a lot of bills removed, amended. That's how you get a lot of services. But hey, what do I know? I'm just telling you. I don't know what's going to be ever come of his not final appeal, but the appeal that we're waiting for from New York. We know that the Supreme Court declined to hear her argument with regard to the Protect Act in Illinois. Right? There's still some options that he has for freedom. So we're waiting on his attorney. His attorney is the only person that can get him out. Now, there's in his predicament, right? He has a few post-conviction relief moves that someone other than his attorney can make on his behalf, or his attorney can make those moves. I prefer that his attorney make those moves, not nobody else, none of y'all.
that she could do, you know. And I'm pretty sure that is what she plans to do. So let her do it. But whatever his attorney thinks that's a viable legal argument, that is what she's going to put in her brief. I don't think that information will ever contain anything about the daddy. None of that shit, because it's not a viable legal argument. And again, if anything about that father or the daughter or anybody, if anything like that was a viable legal argument, she would have used it by now. She hasn't used it. She ain't said shit about it. In that post-conviction motion that she put in that suggested that Jane Doe and her, along with her mom, was the person, were the ones that were actually doing the coercion or whatever. She was speaking with regards to an element, right, on a charge. That's what she was trying to attack. Okay, that is a viable legal argument. When she made mention that when she made mention that they made that the defense team made little use of the I guess GX 233, right? She was saying that it's when it comes to making a legal arguments that it's saying that she probably would have used it in a different way. We know that the man had several different attorneys. They saw that evidence there. GX 233 been there. Okay. So that being the case, they didn't see the defense team who had a, switching out of different lawyers, didn't see where they had a viable legal argument, right? That's the only type of argument a lawyer is going to put in a what? An emotion. Common sense. And if the government didn't, I don't know everybody text messages they have, that's in that case. I don't know. The government definitely wasn't required to subpoena everybody's. They didn't have to do that because that has nothing to do with their case. That had nothing to do with their case. The defense, if they wanted to, see, that would be when the position helps the defense, right? And the evidence needed helps the defense, then it's the defense that would request that. Why would the prosecutors request it if they have all the evidence they need to support the elements in their charges? They don't even make damn sense. Anyone that ran their ass in those people's schools, I tell you that there are rules that litigators, transactional attorneys, me, must follow. And you can't do this and do that, and it's you got procedural, you got stuff until it's a whole bunch of shit, right? We shall see. And when the attorney puts in another motion, puts in another petition, whatever she does, that's what we're going to go by. That's all we're going to go by. Okay. Yeah, so we really need to get together and do a live. And every so often I was doing lives to see what his remedies are, at certain stages, right? We've already gotten a couple of denials and everything. We need to know what is his remedies right now. Anyway, so with that being said, let me get on up out of here. Hey, make sure you do something good for yourself and someone else. Make today, how do you say? Make today a good day and tomorrow even better one. And we are out of here.